You know, sometimes I just open a track and, you know, feel it out. But this track, so beautiful. Instantly, I felt inspiration. Hi, I'm EJAE, singing voice of Rumi and also one of the songwriters in K-pop Demon Hunters.
I'm Mark Sonnenblick, and I'm also one of the songwriters for K-pop Demon Hunters.
And today we are breaking down the song Golden in K-pop Demon Hunters.
The way that a lot of the songwriting would happen is, so you have Maggie and Chris, who are the co-directors. They're telling their story. When you're working on a movie, that's where so much of the songwriting for a musical movie starts. And so they knew that they wanted this song in this slot. I mean, there were some great songs written, but like both in terms of the songwriting and in terms of what they wanted from that moment, they hadn't quite figured out. And as that came together, that's kind of where it was like, okay, great. We think we have an idea. And let's have, we'd already done How It's Done and Your Idol, the two of us and Black Label.
And the mantra.
Yeah.
Golden was the last one.
The last one that we did.
They also kind of gave us a guideline of what they wanted. For example, like it's about the word gold should be in it somewhere. You know, it's about her wanting to seal the whole moon to be gold. Therefore, the melody and the lyrics had to express that, meaning high notes.
Yeah. Rumi's voice is this magic voice. And in this moment in the story, like only her voice, she's told herself, she's put all this pressure on herself that my voice is the voice that's ultimately going to help make the gold
seal the whole moon.
But by the end of the song in the movie, the patterns have, we're going to do spoilers. We're going to do spoilers. You've seen the movie. You better have if you're watching this. But the patterns have started to take over her voice, and she loses her voice, her ability to sing that high note. And that's when she's like, how am I supposed to seal the whole moon if I don't even have my voice?
So it was like intentional. I'm having it so high. It had to show off Rumi's like vocal abilities. Obai did it well. And they also
safe to say.
I think so. But and also just like, you know, lyrically speaking, we needed to give like vulnerability to the characters. It was an introduction to the characters, like what they're going through. Right?
Yeah.
And I love how they described it. It was an
false victory song.
False victory song.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because in the bridge, you know, it sounds like a song that's like really hopeful and you're reaching for that dream. But in the bridge, it kind of breaks down to Rumi's vulnerability.
Waited so long to break these walls down, to wake up and feel like me. Put these patterns all in the past now and finally live like the girl they all see.
And then it's ironic because in the scene, no more hiding, I'll be shining, while she's hiding
literally
her patterns. Yeah, so that irony is there. It's quite bittersweet. That's kind of how the inspiration and how the direction started. And
it can be really, like for this, it's pretty specific. Like we're building it out. It starts with them going, we need to hear about Mira's backstory, Zoe's backstory, Rumi's backstory. And we're getting, you know, they'll send like a monologue that Zoe might say, or like a description of what it is. And so then part of what we're doing is going, okay, what is the song structure that can get this information? So in the song, the first 8 lines, the first 4 lines are Rumi's backstory. I was a ghost, I was alone. And she's given the throne, I didn't know how to be the queen I was meant to be. She's inheriting it from her mother, who was also in one of these hunter trios. So she feels pressure that way.
I was a ghost, I was alone. Given the throne, I didn't know how to believe I was the queen that I'm meant to be.
You know, Zoe's story, she grew up in Burbank, but she's Korean American and torn to these two places.
Her identity crisis.
I lived 2 lives, tried to pick both sides, but I couldn't find my own place.
So that 2 lines for her, 2 lines for Mira.
Caught a prattling child, could've got too wild, but now that's how I'm getting paid. Could I see on stage?
That with the animation, you can actually get this deep backstory. Then we know that there's going to be in this pre-chorus, this rising thing that can kind of represent all of them and this hope that they have to realize who they are by being a part of Huntrix and ultimately seeing the whole moon.
We dreaming hard, we came so
the bridge that we know is going to happen in order to set up the final chorus where she can't sing the note. The concept is built out with, from the directors that we build out, but then, we have to write the song.
Sonically, I think they were wanting something that's kind of bittersweet, I would say.
I think part of it was them being able to kind of in the way we just stated, realize, oh, this is the story of the girls. Oh, here's how we can map it onto this realization in the bridge. For a moment, we were thinking maybe Rumi's kind of like, I want an emotional thing is going to be
vulnerable, I think.
Yeah.
With all of their songs, how it starts is like, they have to approve the instrumental, the track first. So in this case, for us with Golden, it was Black Label, Teddy 24 and Ito who created the track. And with us, it was a collaboration of us.
Yeah, Black Label basically produces the music and the instrumental.
The instrumental that Maggie and Chris is looking for in that scene.
Yeah, well, and actually with this, it even started with the BPM. It was like, okay, great. This is the energy. Like, this is before they even have the instrumentals on the top of it. Just to kind of make sure, as you kind of learn what the directors want and need, like that's where they start. The directors are like, okay, great. That seems like the right energy. Ian, helping facilitate this.
Exactly. It was this one. It's the very first one. Not that different.
Yeah.
I got this track in the car on my way to the dentist. And, sometimes I just open a track and, feel it out. But this track, so beautiful. Instantly, I felt inspiration. And that doesn't happen that often. But this one, I definitely felt it. And the melody came very quickly. Once I got a melody in my head, had to put it down. A famous tool for songwriters, voice memo.
Yeah.
And I have the voice memo I recorded immediately when I had heard it. And so this is, should I show you the voice memo?
Yeah. Play that voice memo. Because you're listening to the track, you're kind of like vocalizing over it, and then you
Exactly.
I mean, EJAE's melodies are insane.
Thank you. That's the first melody I heard of. And then the second one is this one. That was in Korea, daytime. He's sleeping. And I was excited, and we had a session that night, I think.
Yeah,
we did have a session that night. And what I would do is after I got my gold filling, I came back home and literally just freestyle a bunch of melodies. But in this case, I had the hook melody. So I put that down, kind of fleshed it out. And then, what I always do with Mark is I prepare like different melodic ideas for the verse and the pre. And I gave him like 4 options, I think. And he would pick and we would kind of Frankenstein together what melodies we'd like. And and in this case, what was great about this was like, I had the no, right? He had this idea of saying, wait, EJ, I have this idea lyric, because he puts a bunch of lyrical ideas.
Yeah, while EJ's like listening to the track and melodine, what's the?
Top lining.
Mm-hmm. Right. I'm like trying to just, knowing that none of the lines are literally going to make it in, but like, I'm sort of just like brainstorming. And again, I kind of knowing, all right, we got to do Rumi, we got to do Mira and Zoe. But like this is terrible. Like, but it's just kind of to be like, here's a pitch of some lyric ideas.
Live up to her legacy. Bow down, give me the throne. About to be crowned, gonna make it my own. Grew up split, double identity. Didn't fit who I pretend to be. Never made sense, never made friends. Now I'm selling out stadiums daily. I was a difficult child. Now I'm getting paid to get wild. Told me to shut up.
So like, there's some ideas that ultimately make it into the songs.
It was, again, literally just the universe. It's just everything happened for a reason. Because like, I had the no, gonna be golden. And it was just a perfect fit. And in my melody, you can hear me say, never golden, never chosen. Something like that. I guess the first idea I gave him was this one.
Holding on and ba-da-ba, hey, ba-da-ba, hey, holding on, you got you one, hey, and you won't make it sound. I don't want you, make you run away, you got away. No, I don't want you, make you stand away, you hold it my.
It's like shifted. It's cool.
Oh, I did it. Why did I do that?
You did it to yourself.
I did. I think before creating the lyrics, I mean, again, I did read the guidelines, so I knew it had to be something about being golden, trying to steal the full moon, and her having this like vulnerability and that yearning to, you know, get her dream, which I, you know, definitely related to, especially at that time. And, you know, I think, you know, things were just not happening for me and just not going the way I wanted it to go. And so, like, I think in when I heard the track, what, you know, really struck a chord, it just kind of felt bittersweet. And that's kind of how I felt. And I think I kind of did the emotion, not lyrically, but melodically, as you can hear.
It's partly why I think it's like resonated around the world, like because you hear the story in in the melody.
For me, when I write songs, I actually first go with melody. Melody is always my thing, and whatever I'm feeling, I kind of try to translate my emotion through melody. I mean, I was desperate to want my dreams to come true, and I put that in the melody, which is why
You manifested.
Surely went up.
That melody is just, and obviously I think like an iconic melody.
No, I know.
You
Mark
hear
was,
it. You hear
his
it.
videos, he was like, EJ, this is amazing. Like immediately. And I've worked, we've worked long hours. I've never had that reaction. I kind of heard it with Your Idol, but this one he was like, EJ, that's amazing. Like, oh my God, like the melody's incredible.
Yeah, I try to be supportive usually. Like no matter what, I'll be like, oh, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. No, like it was, I
This
mean,
is like,
and also because we'd heard these other songs that are amazing. And it's not to say that one of them also couldn't have been a huge hit, but having, you know, we're trying to find this last song for the movie and knowing that it has to check all these boxes and hearing, again, the story in the music and in what you top lined was, it's just like the dream, a little dream coming true.
Well, yeah, it's fun because like, you know, again, I like to be prepared and give my options. And when we franken-synced together, which I also learned was like, you know, you pointed out like having the pre being also the hook and all that stuff.
I'm done hiding now, I'm shining like I'm born to be. We dreaming hard, we came so far now, I believe.
It can be good in the pre and the post.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
was the point. And you're like, let's just leave it like
keep
that.
it that way. Yeah,
that's
because
what it was.
that melody that like is so good and exactly like EJ played it in the pre, and then in where it is in the chorus in the second half of it. But yeah, you were kind of like, well, we can't put it in both
exactly.
places.
Because my K-pop DNA is like, you can't use the same melody. So if I'm gonna put it in the pre, I'm gonna do like do that. If I'm gonna put it post, I'm gonna do wanna be. It was like, for me, it was like either of the two.
Yeah,
pick one.
But
and you're
then,
just like, no.
Yeah, because we also know we only have, especially the first time it's in the movie, you don't get through the whole song. It's like you get through most of it, but in 2 minutes you got to hook an audience, and to be able to put it in the second half of the chorus, and it's in the bridge too.
Yeah,
you literally hear it, I think, 4 or 5 times in this to make it this memorable thing that then Marcos puts it in the score. It like shows up with these amazing emotional moments, and when it comes back at the end, you feel like, oh, I know that song.
Yeah, and so when we did that, we're like, okay, then we need like a second verse.
Out of my way, out of my way. Holding me tight and making the right. Get you know me. Cause you make it one a moment when we say, hey, when my body said, ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. And my head held high and the beat all mine. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I noticed.
So that was like a different version.
And when I was like,
and then you're like, that's great.
Yeah, partly because I thought it was really catchy, but also it's the selfish thing of like, we only have 8 lines to tell these girls' story.
Exactly,
and like,
words.
Yeah, musical theater, I'm always like, let's put 500 words. And you're like, it's the pop. We gotta like, yeah.
And also we had a pop approach to this, a pop hit formula approach that I learned from Max Martin. Sorry, sorry in his interviews. I love him so much. You know, like always like coming in the melody differently. Like what do you call that? I was a ghost. It's like the second beat.
Yeah, second beat.
Yeah, and then this one goes like da da da, has a pickup line, and then the chorus has a different kind of pickup line. It comes in differently and rhythmically it's different. So you always have to have the verse and like the second verse kind of bringing in different elements to have an earworm kind of effect, and that was also it checked that box too.
Yeah,
so it's perfect.
Yeah,
but yeah. I also really appreciate that they wanted the hook, the chorus that repeats itself, to have Korean in it.
I mean, I don't speak Korean, so
I mean, to be honest, like that choice was the directors. It was directors and the studio, you know, Sony Animation and Netflix. They wanted to have Korean in it.
So, it was important.
Yeah, like, you know, huge shout out to Spring, who's the head of music, Sony Music Pictures. They really want that. You know, authenticity was really important, and you know, Korean, the language is so beautiful and it has like a different nuance and message to it in Korean, and just sonically it's nice, and it's K-pop, so it was beautiful, and it was their decision of where to do it.
I feel like they'd typically be like, because we have for the most part a draft in English so that everybody knew what the song meant who didn't necessarily speak Korean, but then would, you know, Maggie be like, can there be some Korean in the chorus or somewhere in that, you know, in the first verse, can we make sure to have some Korean line?
I was a ghost, I was alone. Given the throne, I didn't know how to believe.
So that was important, and I think being bilingual is a really important part, an asset in this project, because you know, Korean has like its own nuances of like just sonically, and like, you know, there's certain words in English when you sing, it could be a little awkward. Like I always use comfortable, like, is it comfortable? You can't do that. It's odd. So, and also I noticed in some K-pop, like the Korean lyrics and the English lyrics don't rhyme when it should. And that's also part of the earworm. And for me, it was important for that to rhyme. So, gonna be golden, 영원히 깨질 수 없는. Like I wanted that rhyme. And it also has that meaning of we'll never break. So yeah, that was kind of the Korean lyrics coming in.
It was always amazing getting, I mean, with Golden in particular, I think, but like getting those translations back, or just like hearing what you did, because you do have to find the sound that is right. And as someone who doesn't speak Korean, to hear it just obviously fit naturally on the music, but also mean the same thing that we had been working on and rhyme.
Yeah.
It's like,
that's why it was important.
Things at once.
Being bilingual was so helpful. And also because I was the singer, and I'm Korean American, and I'm gonna be singing these songs, it had to be comfortable for me.
I think part of the reason it broke through in the way it did certainly is because the movie is what it is, but also because the message in the music is optimism and hope and this idea of coming into yourself. And even though, I mean, talking to EJAE about her experience as we were writing and with so much overlap with Rumi was so integral to like writing the songs, but it was also universal to me too, and in different ways, you know, the things I've hidden and the things that I've dreamed of that haven't happened, and just knowing that way in is something that you're always looking for when you're songwriting. And that's part of just, it comes from Maggie and Chris in the beginning too, and the story that they want to tell.
For me, it's, okay. K-pop idol training was a whole thing. My dream was always to become a singer, and I had to kind of, I did intentionally choose not to be an artist. I kind of let that go, and because songwriting kind of fit my personality more, and songwriting really truly did save me during a dark time. It was like therapy for me. So this song, when I wrote it, the melody and all was kind of very therapeutic for me. Like seriously, like, songwriting, this industry is really hard. Like things sometimes just never happen. It takes sometimes a long time, and I've been rejected so many times. So like, it's just, like one thing I've always like, oof, gosh. Sorry. Regretted when I, came out of SM was I couldn't let, little EJ's dream come true. And I felt so bad because she worked so hard. And I did feel like a disappointment. But like when Golden happened, my mom would always tell me, in Korean it's called 말이 시가 된다, meaning whatever you say out loud, the words you choose will become a story. So, well, the songs I've written for K-pop have been very, not the best positive words. I have a song called Drama, Armageddon, Psycho. So it was a nice opportunity to write a song called Golden. And it's just about, it's not, I feel like there's different types of hope. There's a hope where like, I can do it and you're being badass. But this one, I think, for me, at least in the instrumentals, it was a bittersweet kind of hope. Like, you feel like giving up every day, but there's like this little part in you that like keeps saying you can do it, just keep holding on. And I think like, oh God. So yeah, this song really did help me go through a hard time, which is why when I sing it, it was like, I did cry. And the fact that this is helping everyone else too. And not just like, having fun. This helped so many people go through a hard time. And I would have messages from fans saying like, a loved one passed away and nothing felt good. And then I heard Golden and it saved me. That just, I broke down. I just felt so honored. And I think the biggest thing for me was the Instagram post. Someone sent me a post of a person in their last moment. They chose to have Golden be sung to them, a nurse. And the nurse changed the lyrics. And to be the last song they hear before they pass. It's the greatest honor. I thinking, just watching you record like in your bedroom. It's hard not to cry.
2 years ago. I mean,
what happened.
Overwhelmed.
I'm just so overwhelmed and proud and grateful to everybody. I'm so grateful to you as well because we worked really hard. In a nutshell.
I'm just like, how lucky. You just you get so many phone calls to work on different things, and you're just like, and like from the first couple times that we were
locked in.
It's amazing, and I'm so moved and proud of you. I mean, I just like,
and there's and we friendship too. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
It's just overwhelming.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it cannot not be emotional, guys. Oh.
Stop there.
Yeah.
What's your tale like?
Oh my God.
This is crazy.
It's crazy. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Thank you.
You're just changing the world. That's all.
Okay, I'm
Can we go
pausing.
frame by frame on
Frame-
Jessie's
yeah.
face as she winds
No.
up?
So
Oh my God.
I didn't. I see.
Look.
Hi, I'm Jessie Buckley.
I'm Kaluja.
I'm Paul Mescal.
And this is
Notes on the Scene.
I will send word, Agnes.
Send word. To whom?
To you.
This is after Hamlet died, spoiler alert. And Agnes is in her full expression of her grief, which is very different than how Will expresses his grief. He couldn't really handle the weight of it, so he decided to leave very soon after Hamlet died.
What I meant was that I shall send word when I reach London.
London.
I must leave.
We can take this opportunity, someone's peeling eggs, to talk about the beautiful production design Fiona, our production designer, has done. For her, it was really important that the space, the house, can contain the story of a full range of human emotions a person can go through. So there's emptiness, joy, and grief. It's so much about what plays on the table.
I don't think it was in the scene written in that I was peeling eggs. And while we were shooting, I would send Chloe these like fever writings every night, which were kind of abstract writings around the scene, and a load of eggs. peeling eggs came into my mind, and those are all the eggs. But now I have this like book of this moment in my life that I wasn't even kind of aware what I was making at the time, but now I have a full kind of memory book of this time.
And then, just to shout out, like that beam is like an old beam that were shipped from France. It was so important for the team to have everything feels extremely lived in, and every little piece of details is there purposefully.
Fiona's design was so
Gorgeous.
amazing. It had a smell that you felt like you were entering into a world. And even the like room where Hamlet dies, it smelled like an underworld in some way. And every tiny detail, like the candle holders were really like made out of this amazing corrugated iron that she'd bought in Italy by a man who was making candle holders the same way as they did back in the 1500s.
And you felt like, as an actor, you could go to any corner of the set and you could interact with it.
Yeah.
Like, it felt practical. I think that's sometimes, for actors, a difficult thing when you're confronted with artifice. If you go over to a place that you're not supposed to go, and then suddenly the whole illusion crumbles.
I have to go now.
Now?
There's a travelling party leaving today and they have a spare horse, so look after the girls and I have to So.
Okay, I'm
Can we go
pausing.
frame by frame on
Frame-
Jessie's
yeah.
face as she winds up?
So
Oh my God.
I didn't. I see.
Look.
Yeah. No, this is everyone's reaction behind the monitor.
I mean, it's quite a shock if somebody takes a swing at something.
I think that's the only take you did do a swing.
Yeah, I didn't do it again.
But also me and Luca should look at each other like, this is the one.
I
so-
thought you hated
I thought
the
you
take.
hated it, me too.
Well,
I
I was in a like I hate life mode that day, as you know. The idea of in moments like this, when the emotions are so charged, the camera will restrain itself from pushing for emotions because the space is like a bomb about to explode, and we actually want to stand back because we want the audience to feel the impact of the shock wave. Because when you go in there, for some reason, you actually does the opposite. So we stayed wide, but what we
It
didn't...
also feels theatrical. Like it feels
Yes.
like in the world of Shakespeare that like
Yes.
you're watching, like kind of in a meta sense, like you're watching actors in a frame that like you're not
Not that you don't see wide shots in films, but I feel like some of the more emotionally charged moments that you would see people jump in on in different films, you don't.
Yeah, exactly. And also the unpredictability, because the camera isn't there. They have all this space, and the wild animals come out of them. And that's what happened here. Let's look at frame by frame of her expression. That's how close it is.
I
Not
felt it
even.
across my face.
I feel
I was
like
so thrilled when that happened. Like, just like,
I didn't. Nobody knew that was
No.
going to happen at all. It wasn't scripted. It wasn't. I didn't even know it was going to happen. And you get a shock when these
Yeah.
when these things come up.
Yeah. But the fact that you dodged that.
well, I just think it means that we were very much in our bodies. Like,
Yeah.
Makes me scared watching it now.
On the day, I think all of us have come into this with our own heartaches, with our own, really intense ones, and that does reflects into the story. And I was definitely going through a really intense heartache right around the time we were shooting this that mirrored exactly what's happening in this scene. So I was not really together that day, but at the same time, the emotions I was feeling, I think we were all linked together. We didn't do much rehearsal, but we did some physical rehearsal. And we used this scene because we knew this was going to be a big physical scene. And so we did a tantric polarity workshop because I've trained as a tantric practitioner. And what it does is, do you want to?
no, you're the
A good scene has to have polarity. Even if it's people just looking at it, nothing happens, there needs to be polarizing energy happening for any kind of chemistry. That's just physics. So I wanted Paul and Jesse to feel safe to be in their most extreme polarity of their gender. So the most extreme of masculine and the most extreme of feminine. And that is actually really beautiful. It happens in nature a lot. So you have the masculine being the container and the banks on a river. And then the feminine, full expression, all chaos, all emotions, no feeling is restrained, full expression. Anything she feels, grief, shame, pain, whatever it is supposed to really make him come alive, turn him on. The more he contains unconditionally, holding that presence, the more she has the permission to surrender even more to her emotions.
It's too much.
So
It
So
hurts my heart.
Yes, but I'm so happy. I love it.
Just draw a heart around the
There.
face. Yeah, there.
Oh, keep your heart open.
That's a good heart.
There was a moment, then she relaxes, and then there's a beautiful kind of surrender from her, and that allows him to also soften. And then nobody has any kind of pretense, and they both are in their most vulnerable state. And we planted the seed that day. So even though on this day I wasn't really functional, but I was so happy to see that you went there.
Go. Go.
I think we all know fathers, sons, grandfathers, friends, uncles, lovers, men who are in pain. They can't express themselves. They're so afraid of their feeling functions. And he's not running away from her. He's running away from himself.
Yeah.
She realized that in the end. And the only place he feels safe to express himself is creativity, is through his art. And just quickly on the costume, is also, when we first meet the two of them, their colors, even though different, but really beautiful together. Vibrant together. And she, Magosha our costume designer, has a lot of details because not only Agnes is not fully dressed, and also there's all these little stitches that are done almost absently onto it's like she's coming apart while he is wearing more layers. There's more of a dissonance between them. And this thing breaks my heart. I think that's the eternal struggle for the masculine to run from themselves because they can't feel. They're too afraid to feel. And then for the feminine to then have to.
What do you mean by that?
Too afraid to feel? I know what you mean.
I don't
to
think
express it openly in front of
I
people.
don't think life doesn't imitate art. You two are nothing like these two people.
Also, what was amazing is like there was everybody was in their unspoken imaginations, and that's also because of the world that Fiona and Malgosia created. Once we entered into that house and entered into that scene, we were already cooking. Like we were already in the scene, and we all just got about being in it as much as we could, and didn't ask kind of permission for anything.
But we did that, I feel like, in the weeks that preceded the shoot. Like we did it in the workshops.
Yeah. We didn't go say the thing about the workshop.
The male sexual organ.
Well, I'll just say, you use it or not, to build the polarity, his job is to physically embody a penis, and her job is to physically embody a
vagina.
Yeah, and they was making movements and making sound to embody those two things, and then forever just looking at each other until
One of the lowest moments of my professional career.
you were very,
Embodying a penis. I'll leave that to everybody's imagination.
you were very convincing.
There's lots of rigidity.
On that note, it's no sound of scene. No, but truly, like, I didn't know who these characters were. I had Maggie's book. I had this idea archetypally who they were. So very much that these two, other than being brilliant actors, but they were also so open and brave to give themselves into these characters. So who they are sort of melted with who these characters are. And so a moment like this for a director is, for me, it's just such a treat, because this is why I come to work, for moments like that to happen. Half of that is Will Agnes, the other half is Paul and Jesse.
It's very strange for me to watch that with you, because you were obviously attached to play Oliver for a long time.
Yes.
And then you dropped out at the last second.
Let's bring them out right now! Adam Sandler and Timothée Chalamet! Clip time, everybody. Let's hear it. Come on now.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let me bring the mail in the house for you. Come on, I'm already going to be watering your plants. Just say yes to me bringing in your mail, please. Don't look away. Look at me.
That guy I did on the show was the Herlihy boy. I wrote that skit. My buddy Tim Herlihy used to write he wrote Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore and all the stuff. He was my college roommate. But that one in particular, I wrote late night one night. I wasn't on the show, and Lauren, sometimes this happens, I wasn't on the show at all. And Lauren said, hey, do you have any ideas on like a Thursday night? I said, holy cow, I got a kind of clean slate to write something. So I wrote that, and I wrote Farley in there because I love Farley like the whole world did. I think that was the most I ever laughed on air at another guy. Anything Farley said, I was just laughing and laughing.
Why, you just had that instinct?
He just tried to. He'd say before a skit, he'd go, Adsy. He called me Adsy. I'm going to get you. And I'd be like, oh, no. And he would look me in the eyes and just try to be funny. He'd want me to break every time because then he won. Then he knew he could whoop me. He was by far the funniest dude on the planet. He walked into the room, everybody just went, all right. Every comedian. The best thing about Farley, it was unanimous that we all said he was the funniest.
Can we stop this cruel game and allow the boy to keep one shred of dignity?
Would Lauren give you a hard time if you broke in a scene?
Oh, back then he didn't like that. Yeah.
Oh, really?
You weren't supposed to break. I think like the first cast, Dan Aykroyd, Belushi, Jane Curtin, Gilda, they never broke. They kind of frowned upon it. They mentioned they would like Carol Burnett, that show when they would laugh, we were kids. That was like a big show for me when I was a kid. And Tim Conway would make them laugh, and Harvey Korman would laugh, and Carol Burnett would laugh, and you at home, you'd say, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. They were like having a ball together. And so I thought it was cool. But then the first cast on SNL was like, we're not the Carol Burnett show. We take this serious, man. If you laugh, you're out. And it was kind of a rule. And somehow that rule got broken. And now everyone's laughing all the time, you know? How about you, Timmy? Did you ever laugh? Did you get caught off guard and laugh?
You know, I mean,
you go pretty hardcore. You are committed.
My boy Chaz from way back. He got guap. I'm like, damn, man. Skirt. You was in Yo Gabba Gabba?
Yeah, one episode like 10 years ago.
Damn, bro, respect. You a legend for that one, fam.
Yeah, damn, that's the woke thing.
That was ridiculous. That one was hard not to laugh through. But I miss that feeling. You know, you get that feeling all the time growing up where you're in situations where you're not supposed to laugh, like in school.
Oh, yeah.
To all the kids in this audience, that goes away, man. Like, you don't realize those are the most lucrative comedic opportunities of your life.
Remember they had the rats were driving and rapping in the commercial?
Wait. You mean the Kia hamsters?
Okay, so no rappers then.
I mean, I like TikTok.
I remember seeing that the first time. I loved it. You're smooth out there, man. You're on SNL. You're so calm and cool. It's crazy.
I remember the last time I saw you in the hallway between sketches.
Yeah,
Which made me
baby.
feel good, man. You gave me a
That's
pat
right.
on the back.
Yeah, you were rolling.
You were like an
man.
apparition. Tell me, man, how has Saturday Night Live changed procedurally or backstage or the vibe since you started?
It's always been the same. Like when you were there, that same energy where you're having the best time of your life and you're also panicked out of your mind. You're like, this is a one-shot opportunity. Is that Eminem? Yeah. And it's just, you're going to do the best you can. You try to stay focused. Sometimes your brain spins and you're like, oh, let's get back in it, man. It can go away. It comes back. It's that energy. I think it'll always be there. You just go, let me enjoy this moment, man. And
be in it. Do you get nostalgic for that rush ever or no?
When I left the show, the first year, I couldn't watch it. It was just breaks your heart. I guess it's like when you play sports or whatever, and all of a sudden you're like, you leave and you see the game keeps going. You go, oh, they didn't need me, man. It breaks your heart a little bit. But I don't say I want to get back out there and do one of those again. But I do remember the times or remember the friends I met, and like all of us became so close, and I love them all so much that I'll never forget it. It's like being on a team. It's like you guys got this little weird connection the rest of your life. It's cool.
Hi, Julian. How you doing? I'm Scuba Sam, Scuba Steve's father. You see, my boy needs to take a bath. The only problem is he's afraid to bathe alone. So I was wondering if maybe you could keep him company in the tub.
Amazing movie. And I'm happy for Dylan and Cole, but I feel like that should have been me because I would have been that would have been the same age.
So good. Did you come in an audition for that?
No. But now, when you were making Big Daddy, did you have a sense that it was going to be as huge as it was, or no?
We had a low budget, and we made some good old cash on that one. That was a good time, man. Immediately spent it all, but that's okay. But honestly, it was one of the best times ever. That was my wife, Jackie. That was the first movie me and Jackie was my waitress in that movie. We met. It says on the internet we met during that movie, but that ain't true. We met at a party and we fell in love. That was fun. But then she was in Big Daddy, and we had fun flirting. But honestly, take it easy, Timmy. I'm flirting with my wife right now. But that movie was really I didn't know if it was going to do good or bad, but I had the best time. Making it.
All you have to do is work hard and don't tell a soul about the Scuba Squad, because then everybody's going to want to join.
And that scene in particular was from my real life. I loved this doll called Diver Dan when I was a kid. And I lost Diver Dan. And apparently I was very upset, Timmy. And my father had a scuba suit. In real life, my dad, Stan the Man, dressed up as Diver Dan's father. I lived in an apartment in New York, and he knocked on the door. My mother said, "Somebody's here to see you, Adam." And it was my dad dressed in this thing, and he had a mask on, and he was like, "Are you you're the boy who was taking care of my son? And I go, yeah. And he goes, I just want to say thank you. He's back with me now. And he came back with me, and but I want to just personally thank you. He really had a great time with you. And I was like, yeah, no problem. And that was it. And I always loved that. And then my family talked about that story forever. And so when we were doing Big Daddy, I tried to make sure we put something like that in there for my pop.
Wow, that is so sweet.
Yeah, thank you.
That sounds different. Did you change it?
Well, I changed it a little bit.
Why?
I just played it the way List would have played it if he'd altered Bach's version.
Play that again.
Play what again?
The thing you played outside.
It's very strange for me to watch that with you because you were obviously attached to play Oliver for a long time.
Yes.
And then you dropped out at the last second.
Well, the only reason I didn't do it, when Timmy kissed me in the audition, I went, I don't like it.
It's weird watching that. Just even in the setting, that whole summer was like a fever pitch, and there was no clue that movie was going to have any reception. I remember that Luca wanted to do it in one shot, and it was the thing I'd worked the most on the piano. I had a piano teacher named Roberto Solci who lived in a cavernous apartment right below Luca in Italy. Yeah. And that's what I remember the most. It was like one shot, and there was one crack at it.
Crushed it.
I appreciate it, man.
Speaking of one shot, the very end of that movie, when you are looking in the camera and you're heartbroken and that tune is going on and it's like 3 minutes of you being devastated and then the feelings you were feeling, I couldn't believe how phenomenal you were.
Man, thank you, Adam.
Breathtaking. You're the best, kid.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Man, thank you.
I'm a nice man. I mind my own business. So you tell me that's that before I beat the hell from you. I have so much strength in me, you have no idea. I have a love in my life. It makes me stronger than anything you can imagine.
Really, before I ask you anything, I will say to actors across all ages, but really to my generation, it is one of the most important performances. Important's not even the right word. It's like impactful, deeply moving. I think because you've ascended to such commercial heights, and I hope I don't make you uncomfortable by talking like this, that the people that aren't really in the know, don't understand how impactful that performance was and how incredible and nuanced and deeply lived in and heartbreaking it is. And just thank you before I ask you anything about it, because really as a young actor and knowing you for your comedic work and then seeing that thrown against the context of your other work, I'm like, wow, this is a fucking incredible actor. I hope I can give a performance like this.
Let's figure something out. Like I said, I'll be home shortly. Give me a call. Okay, thank you.
That was like, as a 19-year-old, that was deeply, deeply moving to me. And at risk of repeating myself, but in the context of all the comedic work you did, I went, holy shit, this guy's one of our greats. I know it's not about awards, blah, 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 but you should have a golden man in your hand because, man, you're one of the best fucking actors on the planet, man. And
thank you.
So
I love you, man. Thank you for saying that. And thank you all.
I mean it. I mean it.
When PTA gave me the script, I'll never forget, he came to my house and he had it in his hand. And he had it like a ribbon around it. And he said, I'd like to give you this gift. And I said, he goes, I really think you're going to do good. And I said, oh, thanks, man. He goes, and I think he said, you mind if I stick around while you read it?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's intense.
It was cool, man. I think maybe he went for a drive or something, but I read it. I was reading it. I remember kind of being nervous and going, holy shit, this movie's good, man. Holy shit, like scene to scene. You know that feeling that I'm sure you had with Marty Supreme. Everything you go, I get to do that. I get to do that. Holy shit, like this is as good as it's ever going to get. And I just just remember.
And in the context of where you were at in your career, then did you give any thought to like, man, every movie I'm doing is a commercial smash.
Right.
Is this a risk in any way? Did that deter you?
I think I just got excited even more. I was like, yeah. Let me give this a shot. This guy's presented me such a opportunity that I didn't know was coming. Maybe in the back of my head when I was studying acting in college, I was like, I'm kind of prepared to get to do something different than comedy, but maybe I'm just going to be a comedian. I don't know. I didn't pursue it. You know what I mean? PTA just kind of like dropped that on me, and I said, shit, let me try to do the best I can do. And then every day was special. Every day, that guy, Paul Thomas Anderson, you know, he's one of the greatest of all time. He was just so sweet about it, pushing you in directions, but he saw the movie in his head. The whole, he was like tapping his hands. He knew the music in his head. He knew the cut. He'd always just kind of say, maybe just move an inch more this way. I think I'd like it a little more, stuff like that. He was just all over every nuance, and I knew it was going to be one of the best times in my life.
You don't have a boyfriend or anything, do you?
No. What do you mean?
I just wanted to know.
The phone call scene. Did I read that was unscripted or something? Or that was on the day?
That was just on the day we were at a phone booth in Oahu, and nobody knew we were shooting there, and they kind of just brought a few crew members. He just said, just kind of sneak in there and try to not to be seen. And there were all real people around us, and I did a scene, and I think I was just trying to let it,
losing your shit in that scene.
I was losing my shit. Yeah, exactly. Mad at my sister in the scene, and then I was calling the girl I loved in the scene, and then this light turns on when she gets on the phone, and he had it all. He just had it perfectly rigged, the whole thing. But it was cool, that intense feeling of you're not supposed to be somewhere and you're doing a movie and you don't have permission.
There's a real parade going by.
It was a real parade, and you want to get it right. Exactly. You know, man.
I've seen that movie maybe 30 times, you know.
I love that.
It's a remarkable performance. And I say that like it has its fireworks, but it's a deeply human performance. When I say it's remarkable, it's not like Adam's sniper crawling on the floor and screaming. It's like really just a very human movie, you know, and just makes you reflect on your own sensitivity and the people you see in the street or whatever, and you don't know their story. And it might be someone that's you pass in the street that's connecting with absolutely no one, that has a shitty relationship with their family, that, you know, is venting to a dentist in a closet as he's weeping. So it's beautiful, man.
Thank you, Timmy.
It's not the Josh. She hochausic. She's a
That was a hell of a thing to memorize. I mean, you're memorizing something in a made-up language, so I'm always very proud of that. And Denis had me memorize it in English too. So there's versions of that are normal spoken word, but that sequence I'm so proud of. And I basically wrapped filming part 3 3 days ago in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah. Congratulations, Timmy.
I appreciate it. And it's moving to me that something as out there as Dune, I'm talking about the themes even in the book, what a psychedelic story it is, has taken this personal resonance on for me. Even like almost tearing up a little bit watching that, because I've just finished like 4 days ago I've grown up through those movies, and that sequence in particular, you know, a movie like Marty Supreme or A Complete Unknown, every day it feels like, okay, I really got to bring it.
Dune.
You sound okay? Now on Dune, by nature of how huge the production is, you might have 2 days or 3 days where there's not much is demanded of you. But I always circled that scene. I was like, okay, this is my shot. And I wanted to prove to Denis and myself, okay, in a movie of this size, you know, doing a speech in a made up language in front of 800 people, you know, whatever, that I can own it. And I'm so proud of that, because I remember even calling a good friend of mine the night we shot that. I went, man, that went fucking awesome. You know? And And
That's cool.
that was awesome, man. Words don't do it justice.
Yeah, that was just watching you take over. You can get to that level in real life. You're a strong bastard, but it was just nice to watch that and just go, every person there on the set must have been like, what the fuck is happening right now? This guy is strong, badass, smart. I'm going to follow this guy. You look like a leader, just a powerful leader. You were so cool.
I appreciate it, Adam. And
badass.
And also it was satisfying because the first film didn't have, for Paul Atreides, that climactic moment. So it felt like I was building to it for years. And now, if I'm in the streets, I'm like, Lisa Nagaib, which is more humiliating than it sounds.
One rebound. Boom. That's one. That's fucking one. Look at that. Look at that. Right out the fucking gate. The man's feeling the gem. Go. Get it. Get it to him. Go. Finish it. Finish it. Hey, yes. All right. That's fucking it.
Yeah. That was like what you felt with Dune too when you went, that's my day. I remember that in the script going, holy shit, this is the big one. Let's go.
This is as much a question for you, but as much as for your family. But do you react to sports live like that, or
in the ballpark? Yeah, I'm a little nuts, right? Josh has seen me watch a game. I get kind of worked up with the Yankees. I am very, very loud.
Did you have someone in mind when? Because he's such a degenerate gambler, if I could say that. Yeah. Did you have someone in mind in the public sphere or in your personal life? Or
I mean, you guys wrote it, Ronnie and Josh, and I gotta say, like, we did so much research on it and met so many jewelers and so many people throughout the process that I was taken from everybody. We hung out a couple of nights with guys with gambling problems who were fighting with being gamblers, who went to Gamblers Anonymous or who were going through it at the time trying to quit. And we had like full on hangs, and I talked to them and got what they were feeling and what the ups and downs of their lives and how high they get and how down it gets and how much it spoils their families' lives. And just I brought all that into it. And also being a sports fan did help.
Tell me about your working relationship with Josh. Did you feel like he pushed you outside your comfort zone?
Yes. 100%. I gave myself to Josh, Ronnie, Benny. I gave myself to them. I mean, I was older than them. That went out the window. They knew exactly what they wanted. We were kind of teammates on it. Like I'm sure you guys became teammates. We were teammates. We started seeing the same movie in our heads, but they saw shit I never could think of. And they and Josh would lead me, and Benny and Ronnie, we would have all these talks throughout the process, and I would just say, yeah, that's cool. What a great idea. Let me try that. Go for it. And yeah, I'd be scared to do some shit and feel like I couldn't do it, or I felt foolish, or felt like maybe I don't want to be seen like that, or maybe, but I just dove in and just.
Well, it's an awesome performance, man.
I was scared. I read it, and Jackie read it. We were in bed. I was like, I'm fucking a little nervous being this guy. And she's like, dude, this is so good, man. You get to really try something different and go hard, and it's different than anything you've ever done. And then we went out for a hamburger, and we shot, hey, Darius. We talked about the whole script, and we were just discussing shit. And I just got more and more excited, just how fucking excited they were. Mm-hmm. These guys just make you so comfortable because there's just nothing they're not thinking about. You never say something and you see them go, oh, I never thought of that. They're just like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. They got an answer, and we just jammed. Right. We jammed. It was fun, man.
Yeah, these chords I learned from a cowboy named Wigglefoot.
You were in a carnival. You are so completely full of shit.
First of all, the shirt off is fantastic. Every movie your shirt's off, I'm like, there he goes again. Did you play guitar growing up?
No, but I had 5-6 years to get ready for that, and there's COVID and all sorts of stuff.
Oh yeah. You were just.
I appreciate it, but
confident.
I really can't. Even I picked one up the other day, and it's not like 100% fresh level by any stretch.
But you remembered it when you picked it up?
Yeah, but I could do chords. I can't do like, you're doing like solos. And
yeah, but
doing all sorts
you're
of-
picking like a guitar player. You look good.
There was some finger picking patterns I picked up. It's weird to see that back. Like, I remember that scene in particular being an extremely hot day, but something about doing a biopic and also being deeply a fan of who you're playing. I feel like I love the movie. I'm deeply proud of it, but it's one of the few things I'm in where like the experience I had doing it, no, it could be the best movie made of all time. It'll never match the experience I had. This weirdly because Bob's just this incredible artist, and it was this weird thing, man. Like the cry I had at the end of that movie was heavy.
What were you feeling? What was it?
And I felt sad. I felt like it was 5-6 years coming to a close, and I felt like this man's great work had passed through me, and I felt really humbled by it, and also gave me confidence at how to approach even stuff like this. And you watch Dylan's interaction with the press, the way he carried himself, things that are very hard to do today because we live in such a fractured media environment. So everyone's clamoring. But I try to remind myself of this. He's like this North Star, man, like these people that break through and become icons of pop culture, but they're not vain. And it's like, you got to like cherish them. Like Frank Ocean, I've said that a million times. You're like, when these people break through, you got to cherish them.
Your songs are like an oil painting at the dentist's office.
You're kind of an asshole, Bob.
I loved Dylan. I loved it. I loved your performance, and I loved getting to see his world and what you gave us, and the depth of what Dylan was and relationships, and knowing that he was just a guy. I love her saying you're an asshole, and he's like thinks about it like you did it, and he's like, yeah, you're pointing out something that's kind of true.
Playing someone where the other character declares you an asshole, and lead characters, especially in commercial movies, those are kind of hard things to come by. I think back to some of the early Pacino movies, almost every early Pacino role, and you're like, the ambiguity of, or even like Killers of the Flower Moon. That's maybe a weird reference in regards to what I'm talking about, but the moral ambiguity of the thing, I'm so proud of that.
Maybe your memory's trying to tell you something about your present.
What?
I don't know. I'm tired.
I just had a fight with
I
Daisy.
wish I was there to help
What'd you say?
them.
What?
What? Nothing. There's a second movie I did with Noah. Noah Baumbach is awesome. He's one of the greats. A great human being, great writer, great director. And he called me a couple of years ago, said he's writing this movie. He said he's writing me as a manager. And I just said, okay, great. I can't wait to see it. And then in the back of your head, you go, fuck, that's coming. That'll be good. And then he handed me the script and told me Clooney was playing Jay Kelly. And I was just got excited. Had so many scenes in it that were exciting to do and get deep on. And I didn't know Clooney. I knew him a little bit. I played basketball when I was young with him, but I never really
No way. He balls? No way.
He's great.
Actually, really?
Oh, he's good. He's a real athlete. He's a tough dude. And then we played ball when he hosted SNL. He took the whole cast. I think we rented out like a YMCA or something. And Farley and me and like Nealon and a bunch of goofy comedians. We all went out and played ball with Clooney, and he was fantastic. So we knew each other from there. Then I went to a Knicks game with him. I just got to know him through the SNL week. And then throughout my 30 years here in LA, I'd bump into him and we'd have fun saying hi. But I never really knew him. Like, when you do a movie with somebody, it's a daily event. You become family. And this guy was so cool, such a great spirit, such a smart bastard, never gives up. Every scene, he's so involved, wants to do the best scene possible. So my job in the movie was to love him and try to protect him as his manager.
What are you getting at?
I'm just saying, Ben, for instance, flies home every weekend from the show to see his family.
Ben Alcock.
Not comparing.
It's hard not to feel like
I'm
you
just
are.
saying these are the decisions we make. I've worked with millions of great people over the years. I have agents, managers, publicists, all that stuff. So I took it all in there and wrapped it up. But I was just trying to make sure Clooney knew no matter what, I had his back and his character, and that was my job. And then in the movie, it's kind of messing my family up, the amount of time he's taken away from me as a superstar and doing his whatever the hell he wants to do. My character had to kind of say, okay, I guess we're doing that. The movie's about, for me, it's his life and what he's done right and what he's done wrong and how it's affected his kids. And I see that it's affecting my family the way he wants to live. And it's about trying to think of this is the right path for me.
Hey, it's Marty Mauser. I'm in the Royal Suite. I saw you in the lobby yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, we made eye contact. I was being interviewed.
I don't recall.
Well, I'm a huge admirer. Josh gave me this opportunity, man, where I'm not going to look at him when I'm saying this, but where I feel like he empowered me to be something I would almost be wary of being of in this world, in this day and age, which is to be sort of openly aspirational. To your point earlier, you know, I feel like the gift of my life is to focus on this acting thing the way Marty Mauser is locked in on ping pong. There's a path of living in fear, there's a path of coasting, and then there's the path of being locked in. So this movie's opportunity to do that. I'm so proud of this. I'm grateful to Josh, man, that he gave me this opportunity.
Okay. Can I help you with something?
Maybe. I just ordered one of everything off the room service menu. There's no way I'll be able to eat it all alone.
It is ridiculous. It's so fresh. Your character is so fresh. He's the coolest, most confident bastard. He's just never going to take no for an answer with anybody, but so sweet about it and charming and still a family. Nobody's seen a movie like that. I love that. I saw it with my family in the cutting room. Josh and Ronnie let me watch it, and I watched it when he was putting it together, buddy. And you're hysterical in the movie. You're funny as shit.
Man, I appreciate it. And it was an opportunity that Josh and Ronnie cooked up that's playing a morally questionable person, but that Ronnie and Josh never took a judgmental attitude on. So
That's right.
On set, even in the questionable moments, they're never going, "Oh, you're playing a dick," or
right.
"This guy's compromised,"
Perhaps I should send my husband instead.
Oh, sure, you can come up here and I'll come down and meet you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Whoa, wait, I want to keep talking. Josh said, someone had said this to him, Marty Supreme is really a movie about being an idiot in your 20s and having that false confidence to go after a married woman in the moment you just saw. And, the responsibility-less life that you can lead in your early 20s, especially if you're driven and out of your mind and egomaniacal at times. And I think that's what you see in that scene. Again, I don't want to say too much, but it was just thrilling to not play a role that's supposed to be ethically redeeming necessarily, and not that either, and that's not social commentary.
What about that look, though? How did that happen?
What do you mean, what look?
Just the way you looked in the movie, that face, the decisions on the eyebrows.
Well, that was Josh. That was like 2 hours of fake pock marks every morning. And Josh wanted my eyes beadier in the movie, so I'm wearing contacts, I think -4, -6, that offset my vision. So I wear real glasses on top of the contacts.
Wow.
Which is like a huge fishbowl effect. But Josh wanted that, and it was well worth it, because it drives the look of the character. It allowed me to rush Darius, our brilliant DP, because I could say to him, I got these contacts in, man. My eyes are burning. We gotta set up the shot.
Yeah, man, that makes sense.
This can feel like, sort of pretentious, patting each other on the back kind of thing. But to do this with Sandler, this is like a man who's actually kept American cinema. Like he's actually put it on his back, So
love you, Timmy.
Thank you guys.
And what you are doing and what you continue to do for cinema and for all of us, you just are beyond it all, man. You cannot wait to see what you bring in the future. But let's just enjoy Marty Supreme when it comes out. It's a 10. It's a 12.
I can't decide to become an actor. It's not something final in my life. So I'm doing it as long as I think it's fun. And when I grow up and become old, I'll get a real job. I'm Stellan Skarsgård, and this is the timeline of my career.
Du och jag är kyrkotjuvar. Ja, men nej, vi heter ju vad du är bägge två. David.
It was a TV series. It was a kind of Swedish Huckleberry Finn. And there was only one channel in Sweden at the time. Can you imagine? One TV channel. That means that everybody sees it and everybody knows about it. I tried for it. There were thousands of kids trying for it, and I tried for it, and then I got it. And then I became like a pop star. And I was only 16. And the girls were fainting and screaming, and it was a kind of experience that would have broken me if I hadn't had such good parents, because they made sure to bring me down to reality.
You do realize that I will have to go back soon, don't you?
When I read Breaking the Waves, I said, yes, finally a love story that I can relate to, because it was more about the very idea of love than about if they would get married or if they would have a happy life or everything. It was a very beautiful script. Wonderful Emily Watson. It was her first film as well. For an English actress, young actress, to come out and do a film with a kind of weird Danish director and a middle-aged Swedish man, and doing a lot of sex scenes with that. It was very brave of her. How could you take it? How could you keep away from the boys?
I waited for you.
I had a smaller international career before that. It generated a lot of jobs. It had premiere in Cannes, and they went crazy. Since I had thousands of teenage girls screaming when I was 16, I could deal with any pressure. I learned one thing, and that is that it's always a tomorrow. There's always a day when you don't have a job. There's always a day when it has faded away, the fame and beauty and fuss about the film. But more important is what you do with your life. It is, after all, just a film.
It's killing me. Yeah, sure. But did you think of the possibility? That's right. Just take it home with you.
I was shooting in Rhode Island with Spielberg. I got this call. They wanted to see me in Boston. So they sent down a limousine, and I traveled up there. And I met those guys, and I read the script in the limousine, and it was very good. We talked about it, and we read, and we sat down, and we changed things immediately, and everybody was so excited, and the collaboration was so vivid. And then we went out and got drunk, and that limousine had to wait all night. We were in South Boston, which was at that time very dangerous, and we had this big limousine standing outside of those seedy bars. But the limousine eventually delivered me to Rhode Island again. I liked them very much. It was obvious that they were very talented, and it made me very happy later on that when the film was such a success. It gave them more possibilities to work.
He pushes people away before they have a chance to leave him. It's a defense mechanism, all right? And for 20 years, he's been alone because of that.
Robin Williams. He's a fantastic man. He's like, he has three brains working high speed at the same time. And there are funny things coming out all the time. I think it's a sort of security thing, because he's not that funny when you're alone with him. And then when more people comes, he become more funny. He improvised a lot. You didn't know exactly what was going to happen in the scene. And I liked that. All actors don't, but suddenly he sounded like another actor, like a director he knew, or so. It was something weird going on all the time, and we had a lot of fun. So we laughed a lot, but we eventually, of course, we had to retake many of those scenes. Gore Verbinski called me, and he showed me some pictures of the guy, and I saw that it was all barnacles. And he said, no, don't worry about it. You won't wear that all the time. You'll just have 2 or 3, and then they'll do the rest with the CGI. And then we started trying out the makeup, and it was so beautiful. It was Joel Howard who did it. And he was painting it by hand, and in details. And so we decided to go full makeup for the whole time. That meant that I came every morning at 2:00 in the morning. I came and sat in the chair till 8 o'clock. Then the rest of my crew came in, the other sailors on the boat. They were put on the pajamas and all gray and 4 dots here, and then it would going in. It was really hard, but I liked that character, not because I don't care about if they're big or small roles. It's something about when you find a unique personality, whether it's an exterior or interior, to play with. It's fantastic. Gore Verbinski, he's not a very commercial director in some ways. He's an absurdist director. On the set, you felt that you were working on a much smaller film because you had much more freedom and everything was accommodating you. They moved the camera. That was also what made the first one so good, because the actors had freedom.
But might I suggest that we all reconvene on your boat?
Good idea.
No. Why?
It's an adventure, Harry. It's good for you.
Oh. It was absurd to ask me to be in a musical. I can't sing, I can't dance. And then I saw it was also Pierce Brosnan and Colin Firth. And they can't sing and dance either. So I felt a little safer there. And then I understood that we were just supposed to be like in a film that is produced by men and directed by men and with men in the leads. You have the bimbo. And we were the bimbo in this female production. We didn't have to be anything but look cute and be silly. There's only one thing that was asked of us, and that was have fun. Because if we don't have fun, it won't be a film. Me and Colin coming to dance lessons, lights, our slacks and our little Paul Smith shirts and everything, and everybody, there's 60 dancers that are dressed up like dancers are. We really tried for a month and a half trying to dance to Voulez-Vous, and we failed. I still don't think you're the god of thunder, but you ought to be. The film was fun. We lived in Santa Fe, where they have more Birkenstocks and gray ponytails than anywhere else in the United States. No, I wasn't excited. I was what the fuck? I didn't know much about Thor, or I knew about the real Thor, but I didn't know much about the comic books. So the thing was that Kenneth Branagh was directing it, and he's good. I said, okay, I'll do it. But the thing is that you when you sign up for one of these, you sign up for 4. So I felt I sold my soul to the devil, but I didn't. Because especially that first one, I had a lot of fun. It was me and Kat Dennings and Natalie Portman, the trio. We were constantly together in all those scenes. And I had so much fun, and I learned so much about girls. Because most of the time we were stuck in a car and we were waiting, and it was a film car. And I just listened to those 2 girls talking about men. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was like that. You learn. Why did I continue to do Marvel after that? I had a contract, and it was fun doing those small things. You don't have to be too pretentious about what you do. It's not a crime to do not highbrow material.
I'm here tonight playing a sort of double role. On Michael's side, I'm the best man. But coincidentally, I'm also the employer of the bride.
When I work with some of the kids, you almost can't take it seriously, you know. It's like, really? Are you're that character? Mm-hmm, yeah. It doesn't work. Like I worked with one son, Gustav, in a period piece, and we both had beards on, and the first time we came on set, we started laughing, we couldn't stop. But it's lovely because you have the same kind of humor, you have the same kind of the way of reading the script, and it's very easy, and it's very safe, and also you feel loved. It's very nice. It is really full of love, that Lars von Trier says. It's fun. Even if he does films about horrible things, he's very dark in his material. You have fun when you do it. We laughed a lot during that.
But it can't just be swept under the rug.
What can't?
Harriet.
Well, we can talk about it later.
We can talk about it now. Fincher decided to make a Swedish independent film for $100 million. He came to Stockholm and tried to find a crew that was that could even move a set in 2 hours. But there's nobody who can move a set in 2 hours in Sweden. I met him first, and he asked me if I wanted to do this role, and I said, yeah, I wanted to do the role. And he said, but you don't want to work with me, he said. Oh, why not? Because I take maybe 20 or 30 or 40 times I do takes of each scene, he said. And I said, well, it's fine. If I can do whatever I want, that means I get freedom. I can fuck up 39 takes of them. So that's good. And I don't think he understood that really, but it was like that. I felt totally safe. I could do whatever I wanted. I was very calm during those takes. It was wonderful to torture Daniel Craig to Enya.
Is this really the way it all works? An uninformed, arbitrary decision that will cost who knows how many lives made by some apparatchik, some career party man?
I'm a career party man. You should watch your tone, Comrade Liazo. Well, the first thing was I looked at the picture of the real person. I decided that was not his look. So I took another look. There was a Soviet leader called Kosygin at the time, and he had white hair and he had a little brush up. So I based it on Kosygin. Nobody knows but me. The thing is that not even HBO thought that it would be a success, but they thought it was important to do it. That was HBO back then. In those days, it's different now. It had no plus after. And they didn't expect it to become a success, but they thought it was important to make it, and they wanted to make it as a quality production. Fortunately, it had an enormous impact, and a lot of people saw it, and I hope they understand that it is about the sort of cowardice of everybody in society. It goes for everybody. It's not only in the Soviet society. It goes to our society too. The cowardice of sort of accepting the rule and the power of the time. The Golden Globe, the year after, were sort of discredited, so it doesn't matter. They're all sort of weird. It's fun. It's fun when you're appreciated. You know it, and you get this the statue, and it says that you're appreciated, and because I'm appreciated. I did something. You can point at it, but of course it's meaningless. Those. You know how many millions it costs to get an Oscar? Would you rather give it all at once to something real?
What would we be stealing?
The quarterly payroll for an entire imperial sector. Human beings are more than two characters. We are different when we meet our family and when we are with our friends and when we are. It's sort of a natural state, but played two characters here in Andor. It was like, first of all, it was very well written. It was Tony Gilroy who wrote it. It's like Star Wars for grown-ups. It's a very oppressive society. It's a fascist society, and you feel the presence of it. The characters are very, very well drawn. Kindness, kinship, love. I've given up all chance at inner peace. I made my mind a sunless space. I share my dreams with ghosts.
And you said that you had to do this speech 10 times.
Had to do. I did it 10 times because it wasn't good. I mean, not exactly, but if you know that something is wrong, you know it's wrong. You know it's wrong. You know, it's not wrong. Finally, I got a script that was like a character that I wanted to play as a 10-year-old. And then, of course, who doesn't want to fly a ship, a spaceship? Who doesn't want to shoot with ray guns? I mean, it's a little boy in me.
You tried to kill me?
This morning you were a playboy, feared and envied. But tonight, you're a hero. I was so attracted by Denis Villeneuve. I've seen his films, and he's a great cinematic poet. And at the same time, he makes his film popular, box office hits. It's a unique combination. It was also that the role wasn't that big, so you could survive. And it was good that it was so concentrated. I suggested that they cut out some scenes because you wanted to make him more like a stock that has boiled very well together. So when he comes in, you should notice it. You shouldn't waste him by throwing him in every second scene or something. It was a terrible mistake to take the role. If I wanted to be comfortable. And when I was naked, I had 8 hours in the stool every day. It was painful. I didn't drink on all day because I couldn't pee, right? And I ate Imodium every morning. So it was not good for me, but I managed to do it without shitting and peeing for a week. I've been very, very lucky. I have 8 kids, and I've managed to be with a family and see my kids grow up. I really enjoy that life. And sometimes I take a film because I like the crew and the people working on it, and I don't give a fuck if it's good. It's wonderful. I think everybody should envy me.
I started out making skate videos and filming as a child, and I think, honestly, to be a bit psychological about it, I think it was a way also to try to sustain time or grab pieces of time. And I think that's the magic of cinema. We grab something that's actually kind of out of our control at best. I'm Joachim Trier. I'm the director of Sentimental Value. I brought you to Oslo, to the location where we shot the family house in our film. This is Directors on Location. I think regardless of how much I'd love to intellectualize and analyze things, I think the instinctive is really what I run off of creatively most. In this house, I could, in terms of craft, immediately see tons of possibilities to fit the story that Eskil and I, in meticulous detail, had written for an imagined house. A lot of the boxes were checked in this house, but also from a filmic perspective, working with Casper Tuxen, a wonderful cinematographer. I like, and he loves, backlighting, side lighting, having exterior light be the key of most daylight scenes. And it's hard to find a house with these kinds of windows. The way of looking down axis is what we think about in terms of craft a lot. There are a cross axis on the first floor here that we can look at later. So those two axes are at play in our story. And part of this story is not just talking about characters. It's also trying to use a visual language to engage the audience in coming home to this house, trying to tell a story where the audience at the end of the film has experienced a place of a home and a house and its history, and trying to achieve that on a conscious/unconscious level for the audience, so that when we leave the house, it means something in emotional terms.
Hallo, du, Nora. Du, nå.
I talked to Eskil about a story we never made, which was, we had a friend who got really drunk one New Year's Eve and tumbled into a taxi and woke up with a $200 bill on having been asked to drive home to his childhood home, and woke up in the back of a cab outside of a home where his parents still lived, far outside of town, in a different town, and had to humbly go without his wallet, ringing on the doorbell, asking his dad to come out and pay the taxi bill, drunk as hell, you know. So there's something about that. And Eskil and I often thought about stories of people returning to places that weren't theirs anymore or something. So in a strange way, all of that percolated into this story, I think. The production design team did a great job at emulating in a studio a replica of the first floor and the second floor of this house. And we dressed that for all the period work. And at some point, the people that live in the house were invited to come and look at a perfect replication of, pretty much based on how this house actually also looked in 1935. And we had big LED screens outside the windows that also emulated perfectly what the surroundings looked like, well researched, photorealistically. So as you walked into the house, you were in the 1930s. And the people from this house, one of the brothers that have been living here, a grown man, teared up and said, my goodness, it's like a time machine. What we love about films or filmmakers very often is their tone. This is also what can turn people off. I mean, you know all your friends love a piece of music or a film, and you just don't get it. Like the tonal frequency doesn't strike you on some level. I mean, I think tone and style is really at the core of creating films.
Mange år senere, da han jobbet med å lage film, likte Gustav å si «Skuggor er det vakreste i verden». Og da så han for seg huset som han hadde bodd i som barn.
Production design department and also head of props, Hedda Virik, who's incredible. All papers, all cups, all things filling in drawers, opening cupboards, everything needs to have a sense of a lived life. That's the kind of movies we make. I'm interested in that. It could give poetic surprises. You know, there's a moment in the film which is one of the few hints at what really happened to the mother of the sisters and her demise, where there's a little remember to turn off the stove note that Nora rips off. And that's something that happens because the people that take care of these things really care and it matters to them. Some of them are in the script and some of them are also developing that creative bond between the crew that everyone needs to be geared into the story we're telling. I mean, I'm always cautious of the word story.
Why?
Because it reminds me of a literal thinking around cinema, and cinema should be something more than just telling stories. It should also be about experiencing people and places and stuff like that. But we do tell stories at the end of the day, and we do care about the details that creates a story outside of the image that you see. I think that's when story is really interesting, when you understand that every character, every place is the tip of the iceberg of lived lives. So it's kind of weird to be back, actually, after a year. And the wonderful people who lent us the houses moved back in with their stuff, and you know. But actually, we use this couch. There's still some remaining elements. Maybe they were a little bit inspired by how we dealt with it in the film. Who knows? So let's go into what is the psychologist's office in the film, where the mother has her therapy sessions. The stove was always in the script, and we had to find a house with a stove. So this was lucky. And the wonderful thing is that this room could certainly be a psychologist's office, because clients could arrive through a separate door rather than to go into a family house, right? They could even wait out there and then being taken into treatment and out again. And she could kind of lock off the house and have her professional life in here, yet having the stove be the audio connection point to Nora's room upstairs, which is just above here. And that whole idea that we thought was fun about someone having listened in to their mother's psychology sessions and what that does to a child. I think many of us as children feel sometimes maybe all children at some point feel that they listen to too many things that they shouldn't have understood. Maybe that's becoming a human being. The way you enter the adult world is tricky for everyone. But I think this idea of the stove was kind of interesting and fun. I think one of the reasons we chose this house was this axis, we call it, the dynamic between the living room and that back room down the hallway where see many things happen. The house being a witness to all of these occurrences and events, the things even that the family don't know how to talk about. So this is an important axis right here. And we see also the entry space here to the front door, where we see several people arriving. Rachel comes in here at some point and sees the house for the first time. Gustav comes to the funeral. And we learn the spatial feeling of the house through recognizing this axis and how the rest of the flat or the first floor plays out. I mean, there are things on the floor that we wanted and we could actually use. So for example, this scratch from this door is real. Now they've fixed the door. but here on the floor, it's actually real. It's the kind of thing that a child would notice. It's very interesting to hang out with children because they are very often smaller and they notice tactility, things that we as filmmakers also love to look at. I mean, I think that there are different types of people that make films. Some people do completely imagined worlds, and that's wonderful. I am not like that. I love the idea that everything is material. A human life that an actor has lived that somehow coincides with a character and they're able to use it in indirect ways, maybe even hidden from the audience, but it still materializes in an emotional expression. That's material. A real house is material. The seasons, the grass, the trees outside that we see in such a beautiful house because of all the windows, that's material. A city in its development, in its sociology, in its lived life of many people is material. So how do you manage that material into the kind of film or story you want to make? That's the thing. And to try to find a tonal coherency in that so that it becomes one filmic space.
Have you not seen the bloopers of this?
Oh, the master scene?
The minty cools.
Minty
Yeah.
Cools, yeah. I like cools. The minty flavor. Q.
Fuck you. This is the greatest thing. Hey, I'm Paul.
I'm Michael. I'm Austin, and we're gonna watch some YouTube videos.
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Anybody that knows me knows I love anime. So this is My Hero Academia's season 7. It's a death of a beloved character that you got a chance to know throughout the last 6 years or so, and this is kind of his epic moment of almost self-sacrifice in a way.
So when I go to watch this entire series, this will have spoiled.
No, but that's it. I ruined it for you right here. No, but it's an iconic moment and a turn for him because this moment kind of embodies who he was throughout the entire show.
Right.
He's like he's always at odds with the main
This guy
character.
here.
Yeah, to the left.
Right.
So if I can go. He's at odds with the main character, and this is like the main villain that they've been fighting throughout.
This guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he admits like this glycerin from his skin that he can ignite.
And this gets him.
Yeah. And he's like moving. He's been getting
So he's fully just sacrificed himself.
big time. But he actually thinks he's got him figured out right now. And like he's just kind of like in a flow state. Japanese culture, their themes of like friendships, bonds, and promises, and being sometimes the odd one out. The one that doesn't belong, the one that society casts as the outcast, is usually the one that is like the hero, the one that has to kind of go against all odds to make his dreams come true, to never give up. It kind of runs through a lot of their anime, and it's just like it's something empowering about it, and very emotional, and a lot of
noble,
big time, and a lot of things that I personally kind of connect with. So you'll see similar themes throughout most of their series, and with the action too as well, and it's very visual, and
the design of it's crazy,
big time,
yeah.
And you can tell certain scenes or certain parts of it that are like, okay, they saved the budget for this one. The animation is crisp, and some things that are a little more gritty. So it's fun.
Do you find in films that you're either acting in or direct that you take inspiration from certain anime?
Oh, big time. With Creed 3, the first film that I directed.
Which was amazing.
Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man. There was a lot of fight moments that I've seen throughout anime that I was like, okay, cool. It'd be great if I could actually incorporate or get this feeling of this sequence, or how do you achieve this in animation that feels so supernatural? How can you put that in like
different media?
Yeah. So have you watched any?
I think this is the first. I've never sat down and watched like a show.
Okay. Yeah. What about you?
I've seen Perfect Blue, seen Paprika.
Those are great ones.
But I haven't seen any of the TV
stuff. Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z. Yeah.
Okay. So you've seen Dragon Ball Z?
I've seen.
All right.
Okay.
That's an OG pillar. That's like an OG.
Yeah.
That's a great one.
This looks unbelievable.
It looks so cool.
This is a good one.
So what I'm going to share is Monica Martin and James Blake performing this song called Go Easy Kid. It's a live performance in there. It's stunning. Her voice is out of this world. And James Blake's one of my favorite musicians. But the lyrics to it, anytime that I'm taking things too seriously, but it also makes you want to
cry,
make them realize that you get one life and go out there and live it,
I just feel like anything with James Blake makes me want to cry.
Yeah, it'll get us. His piano is amazing.
I commit myself to sabotage. See, I can get what I want, then I make it hard to hold on.
Beautiful voice.
Right.
When was the first time you heard the song?
It was, I don't know, a few years ago, I think. It's this line, go easy, kid, it's only rock and roll.
So
go easy, kid, it's only rock and roll.
It's just like locked in.
Right.
Like they're just like listening to each other.
In their element.
Yeah, totally.
And the simplicity of just a microphone,
just a
piano,
one camera capturing them both.
Yeah. There's this line at the end where she says, 20 years from now, you wish you grabbed it all by the throat and said, fuck it, it's only rock and roll.
Woo! That's strong.
Right?
Yeah.
I feel like crying is appropriate to that.
Right? To that. Right? And the idea that we'll blink our eyes and it'll be 20 years from now,
Yeah.
It's a constant, it's a human emotion, right? That we're always feeling of like, damn, I wish I did this yesterday, or I wish I did that.
Yeah.
Just go out and do it.
Yeah.
Strong.
I feel like I slightly missed the mark in terms of like hearing both beautifully speak about like your relationship to Adam. I've gone for some like
break it up.
I've gone for like the US bloopers, like
go for it.
Of The Office.
Of The Office, yeah.
Which is my favorite show ever.
I love it.
Joe, just get some rest. We'll see you Monday, unless you're still sick. All right, we'll have a great long weekend.
I'll probably be just sleep.
It's just so comforting.
Yes, it is. It is.
Something so joyous about
I'm going to have kids, and I'm going to get married, not necessarily in that order.
What if
and
she's
they are going to live
55?
here. What?
It's the best when you see him try not to laugh.
I know, and they just keep the camera rolling.
Yes.
I was just talking about.
I think he's one of the funniest men to do like Steve Carell.
One of the funniest people there.
God! And I am praying that I find this heinous culprit.
I would pray to Thor.
I will pray to Thor himself.
You know he's fucked there. Now you know that line for him.
It's gonna be better.
It's usually the most serious moments are the ones that you end up laughing the most about, because it's so intense that it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
During Sinners, it was pretty crazy. Like how does a vampire sound? And then you hear yourself doing it
when you're having to do the opposite.
Yeah, then it's over. You got to walk away.
You're vulnerable at that point.
Everybody,
the crack is open.
Mm-hmm.
Most of mine exist generally if I'm doing like a sex scene or I'm scantily clad.
How often are you?
It's this suit is making me speak like that because those positions are just so. Like you're being witnessed by everybody and you're normally with a friend. You're like, what the fuck is that?
So
you bring bloopers back.
I would love to bring bloopers back.
Yes.
Bloopers are one of my favorite things.
Big time. At the end of movies, after the credits, and just like run the bloopers. That's yeah.
I used to, every time I would travel, I would bring the DVDs. It was before streaming, so it was DVDs of The Office. And that was my comfort food. I'd be off 16 years old on location somewhere, and I'd put it on a DVD.
They're just
the greatest.
Kind of timeless.
Would you guys hang out and do this again?
Absolutely.
I would love to.
Yeah. This is it.
I want to get some anime recs, listen to some sad music, and then finish it with some laughing. Yeah.
Perfect.
There we go.
Yeah.
You and I are both in a group chat dedicated to how hot this man is. And you once
Hottest
called
man I've
him...
ever seen in my life.
You once...
Sex on legs, baby.
Hallelujah. Would you leave your boyfriend if Jack Black declared his love for you?
Dakota, Elle, we brought you here today to take a lie detector test. One of you will be hooked up to the machine, while the other will ask the questions, and then you'll switch. This is Stephanie, our polygraph operator.
Hi, Stephanie.
Who wants to be in the hot seat first?
Well, Dakota was born first, so I think she should go first. I'll go first. That's good. I'm happy to. Okay. Yeah, you're not. She's been saying that she was going to beat the test all day, so. She said this her whole life, actually, that she's like, if I ever did a lie detector test, I could beat it, so we'll see.
Put this around your chest. Sounds good. Raise your arms up for me.
You are under arrest.
Ooh, we really strapped in there.
To begin, I'm going to ask you a few questions to calibrate the machine.
Okay.
Is your full name Hannah Dakota Fanning?
Yes.
Is the person sitting across from you your little sister?
Yes.
Are you about to take a polygraph test?
Yes.
Are you nervous?
I just started to get a little nervous, but I think I'm okay.
Stephanie? Are we calibrated?
The machine has been calibrated.
Okay, ready to go. All right. First question. Dakota, last year, well, you say this all the time, I can attest to, but you said that you think you're a better liar than me and can always tell when I'm not telling the truth. Do you still think that's the case?
Yes, I do.
That is the truth.
That is the... I knew it. Does being a good actress just mean you're a good liar?
No.
That is the truth.
When we were little, we would put on skits, including one where you pretended to give birth to me.
Correct.
Yep, I would come out of your back,
Correct.
crying like a baby.
Back, I mean.
Yeah, I would be under your back and then I would
be
come
under the
through.
love sack.
Looking back, do you think our mom should have been more concerned by this behavior?
No, not at all. We were preparing for
roles of a lifetime.
Roles of a lifetime.
Yeah.
She's telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we should reprise these roles someday?
I do not.
Yeah.
No, I do not need to give birth to you, no.
Do you think this was the weirdest skit we did as kids?
No.
Is that true?
That is truthful.
I can think of a couple.
Me too.
Yeah. Not to be said.
No, I'm not saying those.
Do you identify with stereotypical older sister behavior?
Yes.
So, I agree.
I also agree.
So you would say you're naturally bossy?
Yes.
Yes.
Truth.
Truth. And I can attest, truth. Do you think our mom was more strict with you than she was with me?
Yes.
What is that?
That is also the truth.
It's your own truth.
Well, isn't that what this is?
Yes.
You know, this is my truth.
It's about your...
Yeah.
Okay, so your character in Twilight, Jane, is a vampire who is able to create sensations of pain. Do you think that's an adequate metaphor for being an older sister?
No, I wasn't like that with you.
That is a lie.
We got her!
Elle
Yeah,
tormented
exactly.
me.
So, do you think you were a bully to me when we were kids?
Not at all. No.
Stephanie?
The machine is picking up some deception.
Okay. I was maybe a bully in like the mind game way.
Yeah,
but
manipulator.
You were physical.
Yes. Yeah.
Pinching and like biting.
Hitting.
And, yes.
Yeah. But you would mess with my mind.
But I would definitely mess with your mind.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you...
Say I'm adopted, even though we literally look the same. So.
Yeah. Psychological bully, not a physical bully.
Okay.
That was the truth.
That's the truth. Be honest. Did you ever get sick of playing a kidnapped child when you were younger?
No.
Inconclusive.
Inconclusive. So funny.
Some days you were over it.
Well, I'm just trying to think. It wasn't, to me, it doesn't feel like that many times.
Yeah.
But maybe it was more times than I'm
Trapped.
remembering. Oh, yeah.
Man on Fire.
Well, yeah.
Taken. I don't know. It's in the title.
True. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was in an episode of The Practice where I was kidnapped.
Do you think you should only get to play kidnappers now that you're an adult to even the scales?
I'd play a kidnapper. I don't think that I should only, but yeah.
This is yes or no?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
You think you should only play kidnappers?
Not only. That's what I'm saying. Not only.
So no. Yeah.
Truth.
Do you ever have real fear that you'd be kidnapped as a child after all these roles?
No.
That is the truth.
What about being swept away on a whimsical adventure with, it has a word here that I can't pronounce, but you would probably know how to pronounce it. And
keep that in the video. Jesus.
An anthropomorphized cat. Do you even know what that means?
Anthropomorphized.
Oh, God.
Right?
Screw you. Okay, so that's the question.
Go back. I missed that one.
What about being swept away on a whimsical adventure with
the cat in a hat. Just say the cat in a hat.
With an anthropomorphized cat.
Still no. Did I get sick of it? What is the question?
It just says, what about being swept away? So basically, did you have a fear of being swept away?
No fear.
No.
She's telling the truth.
You starred in The Secret Life of Bees with this woman.
Yes, Jennifer.
Has she invited you on her talk show yet?
She has not.
That is the truth.
But be real. Have you practiced what moves you would do in her spirit tunnel?
I am terrified of the spirit tunnel. I am scared to be in the spirit tunnel. So no, I have not practiced the moves of the spirit tunnel.
Do you feel a little bad that her employees have to invent a new song and dance every day for their guests?
I don't. No.
You don't feel bad?
No, they like it.
What is?
She's telling the truth.
Yeah. Clearly, they love it.
Okay, okay. You're probably the only person to give an acceptance speech while being hoisted by the armpits by Orlando Bloom.
Yes. There we are. I mean,
you thanked some really funny people in that speech.
Everyone in the history
of the world you thanked in that speech.
Yes.
Have you ever tried to lift him now that you're both adults?
No.
She's telling the truth.
How often are you faking that you remember people in the industry from when you were a kid?
Less often than one
yes
might think.
Or no?
Less often than you might think.
Yeah, I guess that's not really a yes or no question. How often are you faking that you remember people in the industry from when you were a kid?
Less often than you think.
Okay. So
you can say
the truth.
You can tell if I'm telling the truth.
I wasn't detecting any deception.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't have
Less
to be
often
yes
than
or
you
no.
think.
Only.
Okay. Do people still say to you, I remember you when you were this big?
Yes.
Tell the truth. Is that annoying?
Sometimes, yes.
That is the truth.
That's universal, you know. I think everybody gets annoyed by that sometimes.
If mom was here and knew that you were strapped to a lie detector, what do you think she would ask you? Do you have any tattoos? She knows you don't.
Tattoos.
I know.
Probably just question me in general. I can't think of anything specific.
No, I can't really either. Have you ever lied to me? You'd be like, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Probably.
Yeah. It'd be, oh my God. Okay, that's the end.
Oh!
Did you lie at any point during this interview and we didn't catch you?
No, I actually didn't.
You did lie once where we caught you.
I didn't mean to.
What? Was there any question you were afraid I was going to ask?
No.
Okay.
Done?
Done. All right. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Elle, I'm going to ask you a few questions to calibrate the lie detector.
Okay.
Is your full name Mary L. Fanning?
Yes.
Is the person sitting across from you your big sister?
Yes.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Are we good to go, Stephanie?
The machine has been calibrated.
Okay, here we go. You auditioned to be on Friends and didn't get the part, but I did.
It was different parts.
Okay. Yeah. You then refused to watch it.
Have you still not watched Friends out of spite? No, I've watched Friends now. Okay.
Inconclusive.
What? I've seen all. I've seen What every about
episode.
have you seen the episode that I'm on? Yes. Oh. It's towards the end. Stephanie?
Actually, it looks like she's telling the truth.
Okay. My heart's beating so fast. Do you ever not watch my projects because you wish you were in them? No.
That is the truth.
So you've seen everything I've been in? No. Believe that. Can you name this film? Yes. Dreamer. Stephanie?
It looks like she's telling the truth.
Yeah, I know. I'm just doing my due diligence over here. Okay. You're playing young Effie Trinket in the upcoming Hunger Games prequel. Do you think Effie Trinket would approve of this look? Yeah. Yes.
She's telling the truth.
Yes. I do. Yes. I think it's actually very Effie Trinket. Yeah. Yeah. That's cute. Yeah. Super cute. What's on those clogs? What's on the clogs? I don't know. Sesame Street, I think. I don't know. Inconclusive. Okay. Tom Cruise gifted me a Motorola Razr for my 11th birthday. Be honest, were you a little jealous? No.
That is a lie.
Please. You weren't jealous that Tom Cruise gave it to me. You were jealous of the phone.
The phone, yeah.
You wanted the phone.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted the phone. I had no one to call on the phone. I just wanted the phone. You and I are both in a group chat dedicated to how hot this man is. And you once
Hottest
called
man I've
him...
ever seen in my life.
And you once...
Sex on legs, baby.
I can't even look. I can't even look at it.
It's like,
hallelujah. And you once called him the perfect man. Mm-hmm. Would you leave your boyfriend if Jack Black declared his love for you? Oh, that is taking a long time. Jesus.
No, I would not. No.
Stephanie?
The machine is picking up some deception.
Gus doesn't care.
No, by the way, when you met Jack at the Golden Globes.
Yes.
what
Gus
did
yelled to him and said, you're her hall pass, by the way. So
Yeah, he's aware.
He's aware. I mean, maybe Jack Black will watch this year. You never know.
Would you appear in the next Minecraft movie just to get closer to him?
Yeah.
She is telling the truth.
Do you think expensive adaptations of video games will save cinema?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Is that the truth? I don't know.
It looks like you're telling the truth.
Yeah, I don't know
I'm not
either.
sure. Maybe. If Jack Black's in them.
You've spent a lot of time around this person.
Yes.
The world needs to know, does he smell good?
Yes.
She is telling the truth.
Yeah.
What does he smell like?
He doesn't have like a strong odor, I would say. You've been around him too.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to
You
tell
wouldn't be
you.
able to say,
No.
like, I don't know, fresh, clean. I'm picking up like New York bagel. I don't know. He eats a lot of bagels.
A warm, fresh New York bagel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Stephanie?
She's being truthful.
Okay. Did his very long nails freak you out at all on set?
Honestly, yes.
That is the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. Did you give him any advice on how to keep them clean and shapely?
No, I hardly have nails myself. His nails were longer than mine on set.
Also the truth.
You once played my future granddaughter in Charlotte's Web. Would you say I have a lot in common with the average grandmother?
What? I don't even remember this. I don't even remember playing your granddaughter. Maybe I think the scene was cut.
But you filmed it.
Oh. Would you have a lot in common with the grandmother?
Would you say that I have a lot in common with the average grandmother?
No.
Truthful.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you think I give off any grandmother vibes in this photo?
No, I don't.
That is truthful.
Okay. Would you like to reveal on the record what was happening in this photo?
Okay, first of all, you were not looking at my butt in a disgusting way. You were like dancing and doing like a stank face, basically.
Yeah, I got
That's
caught
what
in
you
a
were
bad
doing.
moment,
You
for
got
sure.
caught in a bad moment.
Totally.
And we were in Miami at our friend's bachelorette party. And it was my birthday that night as well.
Yes.
Yes.
When was the last time you danced on a table?
Probably this. I'm not sure.
Will you dance on a table with me after this?
Right now?
No. At some point in the future, we'll
If
dance
life-
on a table
yes,
again.
yes.
Truthful.
We both appeared on the talk show Ellen as kids. Do you think you were a better dancer than me?
Yes.
That is the truth.
Is it because I popped out my retainer when I was on the show as a 10-year-old?
No. Not the reason.
That was totally normal to me.
Yeah.
Have you rewatched any of these old Ellen interviews as an adult?
Yes.
Thoughts?
You had really messed up teeth.
I talked about my teeth a lot.
I
on
know,
talk
you had
shows.
headgear and all that. Sometimes it makes you emotional though, because you're like,
She is just getting emotional.
Sweetie.
I know, so sad.
I know, why is it so sad? I don't know, watching young...
Watching someone have headgear?
Well, no, not even that. Just like you talking when you were young. It's just sweet.
I hope there was someone out there that also had headgear and knew they weren't alone. Do you think you're better at press now than you were as a kid?
Yes.
Truthful.
You were good at little too. You were very cute.
Stress me out.
We're both obsessed with the TV show The Simple Life. Do you think we're deserving of our own madcap reality show?
I think we are deserving.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me too.
She is being truthful.
Yes.
Will we ever do it?
No.
But if we did, what would be the premise? A day in the life.
A day in the
Please.
life. I mean, every day. Just...
One dinner.
Yeah, one dinner.
It could be anything.
Yeah.
Okay. In The Simple Life, Paris and Nicole try out lots of different jobs. Do you think I could make it in this job market if I quit acting? No, in this job market as a, like...
A lie detector as Stephanie?
Like the global job market.
Yes. Yes.
Stephanie.
She's being honest.
Will you suggest you, on the other hand? Jesus.
I'm fine with that. I accept my strengths.
Totally. Will you suggest a backup career for me?
Lawyer. Everyone in the family says that.
We've been through this. Do you think you could make it in the job market if you quit acting?
Yes.
Yes.
Truthful.
What would you do?
Well, I don't know. What do you think I would do? What do you think I would do?
I don't know. I've not in a bad way. I've just
know.
never pictured you doing anything else.
I
Something
know, me
creative.
either. I mean, I know creative,
An artist
but
or...
if you say that, it's like, it's kind of the similar thing in a way. I always thought I would make miniatures. I would make dollhouses.
Yeah, you would do something kind of
like
kooky.
Hereditary.
Something specific.
Yeah.
Niche.
Mm-hmm.
Make miniatures.
Yeah, make miniatures. Lawyer. My daughter is a lawyer and makes miniatures.
Well, if Mom was here and knew you were strapped to a lie detector, what do you think she would ask you? It's really hard.
It's really hard.
It would definitely be, have you ever lied to me?
And we would say yes.
We would say obviously yes.
And Stephanie would say yes. Have we ever lied to our mom?
I mean,
Yes.
who hasn't?
I know.
Did you lie at any point during this interview and we didn't catch you?
No.
Stephanie?
She's being truthful.
Yeah. Was there any question you were afraid I was going to ask?
No. You know everything.
That was not truthful.
Right at the end. Right at the end.
Big liar right at the end. Save the best for last.
I was coming today for an interview and I realized that I am now in the church. So maybe the interview's in the church. Let's get it started. Let's see what's happening.
Gospel means good news. When you receive good news, how do you celebrate? Sing it again, y'all. Gospel means good news. When you receive good news, how do you celebrate?
Oh my God, it just like the gospel just hit different. I'm telling you, like when I get it together and fully focusing on submitting my life, I want to do a gospel album. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I'm like super, yeah. I give thanks, that's how I celebrate. Because again, I don't let this get lost on me, and I understand that everything that is happening for me is just, answered prayers, and that's very, very important. And it's crazy, as I said that yesterday, they were like, you're not tired? You don't get so tired? I'm like, listen, I will never complain about answered prayers. I literally pray for times like this. No matter where I am in the industry, where I am in the world, I take that with me. I take the good news with me. I take the gospel with me.
What do you miss most about the Harlem of your youth?
Ooh.
What do you miss most?
I miss this, walking into St. Luke's Baptist Church on Morningside, walking up in there. I remember when I got baptized and everything, it's just like coming into church and, you know what I'm saying? And praising the Lord, going up and being able to sing. I miss that kind of stuff. I miss doing that when I was younger, you know what I'm saying? I used to always try and eat up the crack. And I wanted to taste the wine, but they really just gave me grape juice. I was upset. I said, the blood of God, it's the blood of Jesus. Where is the wine? A lot has changed in Harlem. I mean, not the spirit, but what it physically looked like. It doesn't feel like that coming to age Harlem that I know. It actually felt really cool when I was doing 1001 and we were able to go back into the 90s and the early 2000s, and they were able to make Harlem look the way it used to look. It felt so good and it felt so homey. Now it's a lot more glass, a lot more, it's a bittersweet for me because of course we always want elevation and, we want to be able to make sure we have nice things and stuff like that. But the Harlem girl in me is just like, oh yeah, take me back. Put me in a time machine. Put me in a time machine for sure.
What would the 16-year-old Teyana think of the Teyana of today?
Hey!
What would the 16-year-old Teyana think
what would she
of
say?
The Teyana of today?
Hey! When I was 16, I was a little bossy too, but I was a helper. I would be, just walking around Harlem and I might see a dance group and I go and make up the moves. I'm like, this needs to be fixed, this needs to be fixed. I've always been a little creative director, I don't know if people know this neither, but when I was 12, I had a Bible study class and I would bring all the little hood boys and, to come over because I was 12, but I was an old soul. I was too grown. I wasn't fast, but I was too grown. And I'm like, y'all out here running around. Let's go, So it was I always felt like I needed to be the one that was doing something for the community. It was girls there too, but the boys were the hotheads. So it was really dope to see these hood guys, that was outside for real, come into my Bible study class and make them read. Some of them could read, some of them couldn't really. And, the Bible and scripture was the first thing they really read out loud. So that stuff made me proud. I did everything. I was running track. I was everything. People be like, oh, Teyana, keep a job, Taylor. That's been me. Even I was packing bags. Mom was like, how you coming home with all this money? I was baking cakes for the basketball teams. I had all types of stuff going on, but I've always been that. I've always wanted to be some type of positivity, bring the positivity to my neighborhood. I think 16-year-old me would be very, very proud. 16-year-old me manifested a lot of this. I want to say just the inner child in me, the 16-year-old in me is just again, filled with so much gratitude. And, I think this is really my first time really talking about it. And I think that's why I am so emotional because it's just wow, this is all happening.
Tell us about the time when you question your belief in yourself.
I mean, I definitely think, you know, coming into the industry at 15 years old, you know, it's a really, really young age, and I had to grow up very, very fast. And the times that I've questioned myself was when that weight felt like punishment and not understanding that it was preparation. And there's still times that I have to be reminded, you know, the blessings are very real. And that's why no matter what room I'm in, I'm gonna always represent. I'm gonna always bring the good news. I'm gonna always pray, even when they don't clap. Yes. You know, so it's just real. Everything's happening. With everything that I've been through, to see everything flourish right now is really showing that this is what was already written for me. I'm just so grateful and just filled with so much gratitude, you know, and that's why I do what I do, you know, and why I pray the way I pray, and I don't know. I'll do it back. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, feel
in the blank.
Oh,
Fill in the blank.
I want to say he taught me how to show up and be present for my scene partner. I think that, you know, that's really important. And when I say that, it's like I'm always present in everything that I do. But to be able to act alongside of an icon, a legend, like, and to see him show up for me goes to show me that no matter where I go in life or how big I become, to still always be present for my scene partner. Because I've worked with people, his status, that will, like, I show up for them, and then they go, and I'm reading with, like, when it's my turn to go, I'm reading with a stand-in or like their body double, because they're them. And I ain't complaining, you know, I'm just happy to be here, you know, but people at that caliber don't stick around for you. You know, they are not as present as it looks when you finally see the movie. So to be able to work with Leonardo DiCaprio and how he's a mentor on set is really important, because it's like, oh, wow, like, you know, that it's all a part of keeping you grounded and understanding to be present no matter where you are in life. It's very collaborative, you know, and, you know, he's just very present. So that's one thing I can say that I definitely learned from him, with a person at that caliber. Like, you know, one day when I'm at that level, to always still remain present and, you know, and mentor, you know, the younger ones that's coming up, you know, and trying to navigate this thing and being nervous in front of a presence like him, you know, because a lot of that is that as well.
Final question. Are you doing anything after this? What are you doing after this? What's next? Yeah. After this. After this.
After this, I'm going to Red Rooster, baby. I am going to Red Rooster to do my interview, my cover interview for Vanity Fair. And I'm like so excited. I did my shoot yesterday, and I was gagged a few times. Like, I was really stopping in my tracks. Like, I'm really about to be on the cover of Vanity Fair. This is insane. And I'm gagging even more because I'm in Harlem. We at this church, and we're bringing us to Vanity Fair. And I think that's so beautiful. And now my interview with Vanity Fair is about to be at Red Rooster. Like, what? Like, it's just really a New York affair. And, you know, I'm so honored, and I'm so happy, and I got so much stuff coming up. I mean, the blessings is just rolling in and rolling in and rolling in. I think that's why I'm like so emotional, because for the past few months straight, I have been on like a press run. So I just been going. And I think even just sitting in this chair, sitting with y'all has been the longest I've actually sat down these last few months. Like, have not had any time at all. So I think like sitting and then y'all singing so beautifully and asking these questions in a way is just really like touching my heart, because y'all asking real questions that I haven't been able to really like sit and like digest and really just take in. So I've been taking in bits and pieces like, oh my God, this is happening. Thank you, God. Oh my God, it's happening. Thank you, God. Just, my prayer. But like, I haven't really sat and it was like, oh my God. And I'm just so overjoyed and overwhelmed, like in the best way. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah!
When we were first friends, I was a star and he was a reader, and he was in acting class with some friends of mine. And now he was Academy Award winning Philip Seymour Hoffman. The power dynamic had shifted, and Sidney Lumet fanned the flames of it. I'd come in the morning and Sidney would say, I saw Dailies last night. Phil is so good. Not since Marlon Brando have I seen work like that. At wrap of the movie, I went up to Phil and I said, this has been a great experience, but I'm so glad it's over, because if I got to hear one more time from that old dog that not since Marlon Brando have I seen work like this. And Phil goes, he said that to you. He said that to me every day about you. And we walked over to Sidney and we said, you told us both. The other one was like Marlon Brando. He's like, you guys are so easy to play. It's unbelievable. Hello, my name's Ethan Hawke, and this is the timeline of my career.
I get it. Your people have been visiting our planet for, since ancient times. And now you've come back to check up on us. And explain everything, right?
It's a very interesting story.
Anybody who's interested in going into this career should know that it's extremely painful. I remember River Phoenix and I went to the premiere of The Explorers at the Ziegfeld movie theater. This is a big deal. Ziegfeld was huge. Just this massive movie theater, and the expectations on that movie were giant. Joe Dante's previous film had been Gremlins, which had been just huge. They'd spent $30 million in the movie in 1984. It's like a $100 million movie or something. It was a big deal. River and I were so excited, and we went to the bathroom afterwards. And, in the year since it come out, we changed. We didn't look the same as we did in the movie. People were just talking about how bad the movie was, right, with us right there at the urinal. I heard somebody say, well, America's voted and Ethan Hawke is not a movie star. No, I was 14. It seems like an awfully cruel for the votes to be in at 14. That doesn't seem fair. But it was a great lesson about expectation and about why are you doing something. And if you're doing it to be a big shot, you're going to be humiliated. But if you're doing it because you love it, they can humiliate you.
My name is Stephen Meeks.
Oh, this is Todd Anderson.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Shirley Dalton. Knox Overstreet.
Todd's brother was Jeffrey Anderson.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Peter was, for lack of a better word, he is, and I mean this in the best sense of the word, there's something mystical about him. He was a true master craftsman. He thought about making movies with real discipline. And I'm watching him direct Robin Williams. Not an easy thing to do, because Robin was a comic genius, but dramatic acting was still new to Robin at that time. And watching that relationship, like, in the room. I was 4 feet away while they're talking about performance. And that was something you don't unsee.
Oh, Captain, my Captain. Who knows where that comes from? Anybody? Not a clue. It's from a poem by Walt Whitman about Mr. Abraham Lincoln. Now, in this class, you can either call me Mr. Keating, or if you're slightly more daring, oh, Captain, my Captain.
Robin Williams didn't do the script. And I didn't know you could do that. If he had an idea, he just did it. He didn't ask permission. And that was a new door that was opened in my brain, that you could play like that. And Peter liked it, as long as we still achieved the same goals that the script had. They had a very different way of working but they didn't judge one another or resist one another. They worked with each other. That's exciting. That's when you get at the stuff of what great collaboration can do, is that people that you don't have to be the same, but you don't have to hate somebody for being different than you are. And then the collective imagination can become very, very powerful because the movie becomes bigger than one person's point of view. It's containing multiple perspectives.
Do you have any idea what they were arguing about? Do you speak English?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, my German is not very good. Have you ever heard that as couples get older, they lose their ability to hear each other?
No.
Well, supposedly, men lose their ability to hear higher pitch sounds, and women eventually lose hearing on the low end.
I first met Richard Linklater when I went to see Slacker. We're talking about, 1990, 1991, and I was becoming an adult, and this was a new voice. It was like a voice that felt like it was my generation. It was like it wasn't copying old people's movies. It wasn't trying to be Hollywood. It was somebody communicating with me and my generation. It was a movie that I'd thought about making. I think like a lot of us had thought about making something like that, but he did it. So I was very interested in him. He was from Austin and I was from Austin. I was like, who is this guy? And then I was starting a theater company and we were doing a play called Sophistry by Jonathan Mark Sherman, and Anthony Rapp was in it. And so Anthony Rapp invited us to a rough cut of Dazed and Confused. When I saw Dazed and Confused, I thought that there is a great injustice in the universe that just occurred because I was supposed to be in that movie. I wanted to be in that movie. I didn't understand why I wasn't in that movie. And then I heard a couple weeks later that the director of that movie, the director of Slacker, this guy, Richard Linklater, was coming to see our play. He came and we all went out to dinner afterwards. Dinner. We didn't eat. We drank till like 4 a.m. I just talked to this guy. He brought up that night this idea for a film he had called Before Sunrise. And that's how our friendship started.
I want to keep talking to you. I have no idea what your situation is, but I feel like we have some kind of connection, right?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, right. Well, great. So listen, here's the deal. This is what we should do. You should get off the train with me here in Vienna and come check out the town.
What?
Come on, it'll be fun. Come on.
What would we do?
I don't know. All I know is I have to catch an Austrian Airlines flight tomorrow morning at 9:30, and I don't really have enough money for a hotel, so I was just going to walk around. And it'd be a lot more fun if you came with me. And if I turn out to be some kind of psycho, you just get on the next train.
That movie's two people, and it's a movie about the connection between what can happen when a man and a woman really connect emotionally. What is real intimacy? Real intimacy. And he knew he wanted to build that movie around the two actors. I mean, he would probably tell you, if he didn't find the right two people, I'm not sure he was going to make that movie. He was hunting for co-conspirators. I was doing the auditions, and then I got paired with Julie Delpy, and I don't think I'd ever felt so stupid in my life. It was incredibly humbling. She was 21 and seemed like the stuff of a Tolstoy novel or something. She was deep and wild and mercurial. And, I felt like a dumb American. I just felt like a Nimrod. And somehow Rick liked that combination and cast us both. And then we worked on those movies for 20 years.
And we're not going to call, right? Or
No.
No.
It's depressing.
Yeah, okay.
All right. All right, your train's going to leave. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Au revoir.
Later.
One of the things that I think makes those movies special as romantic films is they feel genderless. A lot of romantic movies feel like it's made with a male gaze, or it feels like it's made with a female gaze. And Rick's peculiar genius on those movies is it doesn't have a gender-based gaze. It's not Jesse's movie. It's not Celine's movie. He's really using us to create the characters, to create a landscape where you can actually see them both like a scientist might see them. And it makes it really interesting. We got interested in revisiting those characters as they aged because life gets more complex. Could we sustain those complexities?
What you think we're gonna do? We're gonna roll up in the black and white, huh? Slap the cuffs on him, you're under arrest. That's a high roller, dog. Take the money.
I already told you I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take that.
Okay, don't just burn it, barbecue it, fish fry it. I don't give a fuck, but the boys will feel better.
But fuck their feelings.
Denzel is one of a kind, one of a generation. It's kind of like playing rhythm guitar really well to let somebody solo. Like you can screw up the rhythm, you can screw it up. The only reason this guy's not gonna win the Academy Award for this movie is if I screw it up. So I had to be present and use everything I've learned. And Antoine Fuqua is a wonderful director, and he loves authenticity, and he loves things that smell right. Does it feel lived in? Does it feel real? What am I photographing? And he just gave us a world. And if your game, you know, Denzel's imagination is so powerful that he's going to bring you into an imaginative universe where you don't know what's going to happen. You can just live it. And those lines between, are we improvising? Are these lines of dialogue? What's happening here? Get really unclear, and it gets really exciting.
Move real slow, keep your hands where I can see them. And once you put that money in that bag, take your weapons and place them inside that pillowcase right there.
Congratulations, son. You made it. You passed the test. You're a knock. You're in. Please, put the gun down before you give my girl a heart attack. Here, put the gun down.
So take the money and put it in that bag. Take your weapons and place them inside that pillowcase. You can fuck your appointment with the Russians. You're not gonna make it.
There's a few films that changed my career. You know, the first, most obvious one is Dead Poets Society, because all these things opened up. But Training Day taught me that you can make a mainstream Hollywood movie and it can be great. I was in my 20s and I had a kind of more punk rock spirit about everything that was successful was phony. And with Denzel, I realized, oh, wait a second. This can be done. You can make meaningful cinema in Hollywood. You have to be really good. And so opportunities changed for me dramatically after Training Day.
Did you touch anything? I don't think so. You don't think so? I don't think so, no! No! I didn't touch anything! Did you touch anything? I don't like this, Andy! I don't like. Shut up! Did you touch anything? No. Are we good? Let's go.
Sidney Lumet didn't just direct Dog Day Afternoon. He directed Marlon Brando in Tennessee Williams' The Fugitive Kind. Like he directed Serpico. He directed Henry Fonda in 12 Angry Men. He directed Network. One of my favorite, Nick Nolte in Q&A is like this incredible performance. Even his lesser known films have the stuff of greatness in them. So I had been friends with Philip Seymour Hoffman for years, and Phil brought Sidney to see me in a play. I was doing Hurly Burly. That's where I met Sidney. And then I got a call the next day. Like, Phil was like, yeah, Sidney wants to talk to you. Read the script. How did it feel being cast by him? It felt great. It felt like the way a pro baseball player might feel if all of a sudden the Yankees want to sign you. So, wait, I don't want to play for the Yankees.
Let's say it again, I'm in.
What are you talking about?
You say it again, I'm in.
I'm in.
I just wanted to see if you're pawning that chicken chip baby stuff like when we were kids, you know, it doesn't count. I'm in, fingers crossed.
I'm in. Phil was great. And by that I mean, he didn't suffer fools lightly. He was one of those people that it just felt life and death to him, whether or not we did the scene well. The stakes were very high for him, and it could be scary. I remember once we were rehearsing, and it's when I found the character. It's going to sound mean, I think, but it wasn't mean. We were rehearsing, and I don't know, pouring some coffee in a break, and I just have no idea who this guy is. And Phil said, "You want to know why?" I'm like, "Why?" He goes, "Because you keep trying to play alpha, and I'm the alpha. Stop it." It's like, and for some reason, it all just clicked. It's like he started a dynamic between the two of us that was right. Power and status in brothers, in society, it all plays a game. And you know, when we were first friends, I was a star and he was a reader, and he was in acting class with some friends of mine, but I was already starring in movies, right? And now he was Academy Award winning Philip Seymour Hoffman, and he's casting me. that the power dynamic had shifted and I wasn't letting it shift. And there's a similar air between Andy and Hank. And Sidney Lumet fanned the flames of it. I'd come in the morning and Sidney would say, I saw Dailies last night. Phil is so good. He's so good. That's that scene you guys are doing. He's not since Marlon Brando have I seen work like that. And I'd be like, oh, great. And my stuff was oh yeah, it was fine. It must be a real honor to work with him. Like, yeah, it is. It's a real honor. At wrap of the movie, I went up to Phil and I said, this has been a great experience, but I'm so glad it's over. I said, because I've got to hear one more time from that old dog that not since Marlon Brando have I seen work like this. And Phil goes, he said that to you. And I was like, yeah, he said that to me every day about you. And we walked over to Sidney and we said, you told us both. The other one was like Marlon Brando. He's like, you guys are so easy to play. It's unbelievable.
You found this at Dripping Springs?
Uh-huh.
Wow. What else you got?
Well, these are snake vertebrae.
Snake vertebrae? That's disgusting. Huh? Mason, I don't want you collecting snake vertebrae anymore. Is this the feather I sent you?
Yeah, it is. Oh, Dad, I forgot to show you these basketball pictures.
You're on a basketball team?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, for me, it was absolutely incredible. I can't wax poetic enough about it. Linklater came to visit me right after my son was born, and he told me that he really wanted to make a movie about childhood, but he thought that every coming-of-age story had a little lie to it, which is that you come of age at one moment. Even the great ones like 400 Blows or something. There's not a moment a human being comes of age. It's a series of moments that collect. And he was like, I really want to do a movie that basically, I want to do it over 12 years, first grade through 12th grade. It's like most of us, our first memory is somewhere right around first grade, 5 or 6. As an American, that's the grid that almost all of us live on, 12th grade, then our lives kind of become our own. He's like, I want to make a movie about that grid. It's going to be 12 short films. And I remember just thinking, this is an incredible idea. But it's basically illegal, the idea. We couldn't sign a contract. You can't sign anything for over 7 years, so it's a handshake deal, even with the little kids. It's like kids could have quit anytime they wanted to. At first, it felt like playing in a band at your friend's house for about 5 or 6 years. And then once we'd done it for 6, 7, 8 years, we all started to really believe in it because it was incredible what was happening. By the time it was over, it felt like it was a part of the fabric of our lives. We had decade-long memories of making this movie. It's wild. Oh, come on, Jimmy, man. You knew the kids are coming this weekend. You just help me out a little bit. I'm sorry, Muffin. Yeah, don't muffin me, all right? Don't put me in that position. I'm not your fucking Tony Randall. One of the things about Boyhood that was so hard is that I'm all the time being put in scenes with people who weren't really actors, right? They're just kids. They're real. They're just living and behaving. And so, again, this exercise in non-acting becomes the game. Because if I start acting with these kids who are really just talking about Pineapple Express or whatever, I just look like a big phony knucklehead. So I had to really be present with them. And it was thrilling. And it was thrilling to watch them grow up and start to have more agency in what they wanted their characters to care about and say and think about. And of course, I was growing as a dad. My kids were growing up and I was able to use what I'd learned from that experience as a parent and put that into the movie.
You're not an actor, neither are you. Well, that's true. Don't tell anyone.
I had prepped and worked on a movie with Rick years ago, like at Chet Baker at 24, 25. So Born to be Blue felt like I was making a sequel to a movie I never made. 15 years before or whatever, I'd prepped this movie to where I was learning the trumpet and thinking about Chet and all this stuff, reading books about Chet Baker. And now all of a sudden here I was 40 and being asked to revisit this character. A very, very interesting moment to meet him, which is after he'd been beaten up really badly and he lost his teeth. And for most trumpeters, if you lose your teeth, it's over. And Chet Baker did a remarkable thing, which is he just taught himself to play the trumpet over again. He had to use his mouth in a totally different way than he ever had before. And he did it. And he put himself back together. And of course, it was a great opportunity for him to become sober, which he did not take. What I loved about the movies, it's the perfect definition of bittersweet, which is that it's a real victory, which is that he learns to play again. And it's a real defeat because, the same trappings that existed when he first played still existed, and he fell into the same trap again.
Oh, sorry. Reverend Toller didn't understand the implications.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Will God forgive us? Will God forgive us for what we're doing to his creation? That's what Mansana asked me when I visited him.
There's been a lot of loose talk about environmental change.
There's scientific consensus, 97%. The thing I'll first say about First Reformed is it's probably the best script I ever read. It's just finished. The script itself was a finished work of art. I remember saying to my wife, I'll make this movie on a phone. And I think Paul felt very deeply the crisis that we all feel about what's happening with our environment. How can we do anything about it? And how can we be a better person? What good is our faith if it doesn't make us better citizens? And, all these really, really sophisticated questions.
My Lord, so near, leaning on the everlasting arms, leaning.
I know some things about it that I'm not sure helpful to say, but I think that ending is a cinematic expression of a thought that is articulated earlier in the film, was that wisdom is holding two opposing thoughts at the same time. And that shot is an attempt at the continuity of opposites. How do you express it? It's real, it's not real. He's dead, he's finding life for the first time. It's a symbol. So to answer it is to rob it of its power. The thing that I know is how much thought Paul put into that, and that I read multiple drafts with multiple endings, and I watched him arrive at that as the right ending. And I found it incredibly satisfying. It does exactly what Paul, even if you don't like it, it's doing what he wants to do. So it's fine. And I know Paul has said before that a great movie starts as you walk out of the theater after it was over. A great film should be like a bell, and it's not the ringing of the bell that's important, it's the vibration and what it awakens in you that's significant. And so the end of that movie is a bell ringing, and it's designed to walk you out of the theater thinking about the themes of the film rather than finishing a story.
I say to not assert yourself for the rights of the oppressed is to fall down and worship at the Moloch of despotism. Yes, sir, we hear you. That's right. We must join together and form an anti-slavery movement. Black folks, white folks, working together, committed for the violence necessary to end slavery.
James McBride, who wrote the book, The Good Lord Bird, is one of the kindest, wisest, funniest, deepest artists I've ever met. And I admire him wildly. And there's a lot of James McBride in that character. In John Brown, a lot of things are said about him, but I just admired him. I admired John Brown, and I admired his faith, and I admired the courage of his convictions. And we were doing it right in the time period when there's a lot of, warring thought about whether these statues from the Civil War should come down. And then they came down, and now people are putting them back up. And, all the kind of madness that is the United States relationship with its past. It was a limited series. So I got to play the character for 8 hours of film, which was just months and months and months of playing him. I think so many of us feel inert and inept in that we can't do anything about injustice in the world. And to get to play a character who's like, damn it, I'm going to go down swinging. I'm pulling the sock out of my mouth. you know, and just admired it. And the fact that the way McBride tells the story of John Brown is with so much wit and humor and love. It's a lot like if Red Fox or Richard Pryor told you the story of John Brown. It's not self-serious. It's not maudlin. It's talking about great, great pain and suffering, and does it, you know, laughing its ass off the whole way. So it's complicated. And I just loved it. And I do also think, sidebars, the pandemic happened right after it. So I was left, I played that part and then went into the oblivion. You know, I felt like I wanted to go back to the set when there was no pandemic. I am a Tulsa true story.
A truth story? What exactly is a truth story?
I'm glad you asked. I read stuff. I research stuff. I drive around and I find stuff. And then I write about stuff. Some people care, some people don't. I'm chronically unemployed, always broke. But let's just say that I am obsessed with the truth. I just felt I understood him as I was a young man in the 90s and was in love with bookstores and LPs and zines and, you know, articles written in the Village Voice and Hunter S. Thompson. And I just felt like I understood Lee. Sterling was already a friend. We'd had this weird relationship. We'd actually met through a friend. We started writing a movie together, and then we were becoming friends writing together. We have a shared sense, a love of history and a love of being playful with it and with humor. And we just really got along. I didn't feel like there was any reason why I couldn't play the guy. And so I did.
Elizabeth.
Larry!
My irreplaceable Elizabeth.
I'm so happy to see you. Do you like the hair?
I love it. It's much better than the red.
I think so.
I mean, I like the red too, but this is much more otherworldly.
I have to go set up for the party.
No, I got you some flowers.
Aw, I'm overwhelmed.
Well, I have that effect on people.
The thing about Larry Hart's height is it's a big part of his personality. So to avoid it, the world is heightist. People ignored him. People, if he didn't talk all the time, nobody paid attention to him. And he wanted to be seen. And so I knew it was a big part of him. And, you know, it was really fun. We got a guy who's a toy inventor and an old stagecraft magician to start working on how we could do this. Because I knew the history of movies. I mean, hell, they make Bogart and Redford and all these other people look tall who weren't tall. Like, well, couldn't you make somebody look a lot shorter than they were? And it's got to be ways to do that. What was fun about it is we used 80 million different tricks. No digital effects, no nothing. Linklater's movies are about realism. So like the idea that we do something, we'll shrink him by 8% and let the computer do it. You know, it's like, we didn't do any of that. We just did all these old school tricks about perspective and where the floors are. And it was really, really fun. If you see the beauty in everything, you're going to cry all day. You know, it's the Tennessee Williams line about the tick of the clock. It says loss, 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 loss all day long. If you're that sensitive, you know, you're going to cry salty tears. Another point, not dissimilar to Chet Baker. Chet Baker was a huge Rodgers and Hart fan. Alcoholism helps for the day and destroys a life, right? And this person is just, his intelligence and his sensitivity, he's like an open nerve walking through the world, and alcohol is the only thing that feels like a jacket. So his great superpower is language, insight, wit, and that's how he arms himself. But it's not enough. This guy is going to the best friend's opening night party, is basically going in front of a firing squad. This is a movie about a man who dies of a broken heart. What a complex, great role. Sterling and Linklater offered me two of the best parts of my career that I got to do in 1 year. I secretly worry that I'll be vibrating off this year and that like it's all downhill from here. But, you know, but so be it. As soon as you start trying to build a character, before you can even ask that question, you have to ask, who is my character? Who is Ethan? There's an aspect of self-knowledge that has to take place before you can attempt the shamanistic process of changing yourself. And that can be extremely confusing. Children do it with ease because they do it playfully. And as you get more mature, you start hanging on to your identity in a different way. Most of us are so much more expansive than we think. it's very flexible, and our experiences that we think are so unique are a part of the human experience. And so the process of acting a lot, it starts to expand what you call the self. That's where the deep end of the pool of acting, I think, lives.
There is creative control in terms of like, nobody tells me what I can or cannot do apart from reality. I'm Yorgos Lanthimos. I've made 9 feature films, and we're going to talk about all of them. Kineta. I was making commercials for a few years. I started quite young, like 19, 20 years old. I started directing commercials. And when I went to film school in Greece, I mean, there wasn't, and there still isn't, such a great educational system in terms of cinema. There were very few films being made. And to think that, you know, like a young person would say, this is what I'm going to do in my life, felt like totally absurd. So doing commercials was like an indirect way of being in contact with something that felt relevant to filmmaking. And I never thought that I would actually get to make films. Since we were making enough money from advertising, we just decided that we could do it ourselves, and we didn't need that much. We just could get a, 16mm camera and, go to a place with 3 actors and just, film stuff. And we don't need lights, we don't need makeup, we don't need anything. We can just do it like that. Whatever we needed, we had to borrow it from someone. If I wanted a red car, and I didn't have a friend who had a red car, we had to pay for a red car and we didn't have any money. After so many years of doing commercials, and we just had an aversion to that, and we just wanted to do something totally rough and so spontaneous in every way. And I think it was my most fun experience on a film set because, we're so naive. We never knew even if anyone was going to watch that film. We just did it, for ourselves. Very early on, I also recorded dance performances, and I was interested in it. I had friends who were, great choreographers. And so I was really around dance theater early on. And I guess it influenced, how I like to approach performance, rehearsals. It was trying to figure out what it is that doesn't appeal to me in the things that, constitute, advertising, commercials, that world, that aesthetic. And trying to figure out what it is that I am attracted to and how things could be different, which I guess was to an extreme, because if you start from, I don't like this, I want to do something different, you usually find the other extreme, which is an interesting and useful, I think, process. Dogtooth. While I was working in advertising, I had met Efthimis Philippou, who's someone that I worked with on many films. We became really good friends and very close. And I knew him from advertising. He was a copywriter in an advertising agency, and he'd never written a screenplay before. But I could see even in the work that he did there that he had a very special mind. Just the stuff that he was coming up with, for commercials that most of them never got made, or we made them and then the clients wouldn't want them, wouldn't air them. And I suggested to him, if you wanted to write a screenplay together. And I brought him the idea of Dogtooth, which was like a really simple idea of, what if, there was this family that raised their kids in a way that they didn't know that the rest of the world existed.
Μαμά, μπορώ να έχω το τηλέφωνο. Παρακαλώ. Ευχαριστώ.
When I gave him the idea, he just wrote some scenes, like 5 scenes of, what that ignited in him. For this kind of story to work, you needed certain things to be a certain way for the premise to work. So we needed to find a certain type of house that had a fence, which it didn't. So we had to build the fence. So all of a sudden, we started needing to find resources that we didn't have to before. So there was a lot of that going on, which kind of stressed me out. And then, I don't know, there's blood and things and more complicated film stuff that we needed to just figure out, how to do with very few resources.
Woof! Woof! No! Woof! 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 Woof!
For some reason, I absolutely wanted to shoot that film anamorphic. So we had to find a camera, for someone to give us a camera almost for free, and lenses, anamorphic lenses for free. And we found this camera by this guy who, had cameras, but this camera was working a lot on music videos and commercials, so they would just fuck up with the lenses, and they would unscrew them and swirl them or whatever to do effects. And so we got the camera and the lenses, and most of them were like totally out of whack, and we were trying to calibrate them, and we just we didn't know even how to, and we couldn't. And there was one lens, the 50mm lens, that was fine. So we decided to do the whole film on that lens. And again, in the process, that was very freeing because, there are no choices. There's that lens. Just move the camera around. That's it. Like, you don't have to make a choice about that, which frees you to be more focused on other things. There's a work ethic with the actors and everyone involved. Like, you just, work because you love it, and, you can stay for half an hour, more if you need to in order to make it better, because everyone's working towards, the same goal, and, everyone's very flexible and love what they're doing. And it's not about, money and being paid. And so it's easier to just, devote your time and yourself in something that, everybody's investing in. Building a world with rules that, seem kind of over the top for us enhances the observation of how people behave within such a world. Humans need to question the world around them, and that includes, the structure, which is constructed by rules and traditions and everyday behavior that becomes a given. And I find it interesting to question all of those things. And I don't think there can be progress in any way without having people questioning, the state of things at different moments in time. Alps. There was a lot of noise around Dogtooth. It was something like the appeal and the notoriety of it in a certain sense, we didn't expect at all. And I think I had like a strange reaction to it. The fact that it was like getting all of these awards in every festival and, starting from Cannes, and it went all the way to the Oscars. And at that time, the Academy wasn't that diverse, and, it was quite surprising. Becoming this thing kind of created like a weird negative reaction in me. And then there was all these, actors contacting me saying they want to work with me. And, I got agents, and I went like, to meetings in LA, and I didn't know what I was doing there. Really, I felt it was extreme, and I felt it was fake in a way. So I think my reaction to that was let's not listen to all that, and let's just go and make another film the way we make films.
Πώς φταίει ο όγκος στο μαλλιών σου?
Όχι, δεν είναι αυτό. Ο φίλος μου δεν είχε μαλλιά.
Είναι πρόβλημα αυτό για εσάς?
Όχι. Δεν νομίζω, όχι.
Πολύ ωραία.
I think if Themis came up with the initial idea, I think there was like a letter that a friend found under his doorstep of a guy that was offering his services as a friend or a companion for, a certain fee for a certain time. We started discussing it, and then we kind of shifted it to like, what if you lose someone you love and you want to find a way to kind of keep them alive somehow? And what if there was like this, group of people that offered that kind of service to pretend to be, your dead husband or wife or friend?
Μπορώ να την αντικαταστήσω εγώ αν θέλετε. Η θλίψη σας θα μετριαστεί και μετά από λίγο διάστημα θα εξαφανιστεί εντελώς. 2 ή 3 ώρες επισκέψεις την εβδομάδα αρκούν. Το τέλος μπορεί να γίνει μια νέα.
In this film, there were a lot of written scenes with a lot of people that hadn't acted before, friends of friends, and that really excited me. And what happened between the actors and the non-professional actors. So I try to work with people that have a specific voice and see how I can integrate that in my way of, viewing the world and filmmaking. There's a very interesting tension between the experienced actors with people that have never done it before, because one doesn't know what to expect from the other, and there's that unpredictability. And it creates this tension and energy that wouldn't be there if it was like 2 actors, like knowing how they're going to do it and where they're going to go next. And so I really love that kind of dynamic. And, a lot of the people in Alps that were not actors were like, there was the waiter from my favorite cafe, and there was a lawyer friend of mine. Yeah, that was something that I kind of kept and, try to do in every film at different levels. The Lobster. After making 3 films this way, basically in Greece, that's why I decided that I needed to have a few more means in order to be more in control of the result of what I wanted to make. I decided to move to London and make English language films. I realized that it was actually more difficult than I expected to make my first English language film, The Lobster. It took a long time to put it together because maybe some of it was my fault, but certainly there was a misleading enthusiasm about my work. But when I presented The Lobster, people didn't really react well to it. They thought that I decided to make English language films in order to make like more conventional films. That was the expectation, I realized. What we expected was that you're going to make something, in the English language, which is, conventional, but you'll do a little bit of a twist to it because you're like different. And it only really managed to happen when Colin Farrell and Rachel Weisz got involved.
Are you planning on buying anything else nice for yourself while we're here?
Yes. Contact lens solution and a Parker rollerball.
I didn't know you were short-sighted. I'm short-sighted too.
Now I was working in a totally different structure, in a professional environment, in places that there was a film industry and there were rules funnily enough, that I had to kind of abide by. I think it was the first or second day on set where the AD was next to me with his watch and going like, I go like, what's wrong with your watch? Is there something wrong? Like, what's going on? And he goes like, you have two more minutes to finish this scene. And I go like, what? I thought he was joking, really. I mean, my AD was like doing laundry and driving people around and like also doing the schedule and like setting down the tracks and like everything. He wasn't like next to me going like, I have to hurry. So it was quite shocking. And, you know, I got acquainted with a different type of mentality, which is like, you know, this is our job. But throughout, you know, making The Lobster, I just couldn't get over how people that are making films, which to me was like a gift and magical, and I could never imagine that I could do it as a real thing. You know, anyone that's involved, how could they not care? And how could they not literally gift 2 extra minutes to get the shot, you know, right? But I guess I understand that, you know, with structure and resources, you know, there needs to be, you know, a set of rules. Otherwise, like, you can go rogue, and there's so many people involved that actually, you know, do make a living through that. And, you know, there needs to be regulation.
Man eats alone.
Well, there's a thing that I don't want to discuss with actors, what the character is, how they should do it, what's their background. I'm not doing any of that because I don't want to limit it. I don't want to narrow it down to something very specific. I also don't want to do it because I want to be as objective as possible while I'm watching them perform. Because I feel like if we've agreed, oh, this character is this way, so he walks this way and he speaks that way, then, you know, we don't have any distance to go like, that's stupid, that looks terrible. So if we haven't agreed that, I don't know what it is that you're bringing. You know, I can just be almost as an audience member and go like, okay, come in through the door. And then I could go like, why are you walking like that? That's ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? Killing of a Sacred Deer. After we finished the screenplay, I felt that it was more of an American film, an American story, that it would kind of be more grounded in a way in America, felt more a natural place for it. We were very scared because we heard all these stories about how it works in America and how, you know, restricting it could be. I mean, it's like with the unions and what you can do and what you can't do, and it's going to be complicated, and all of these things. It works in a different way, and it's more expensive, and, you know, all that. But somehow we filmed in Cincinnati, and it was like the beginning of this period of Cincinnati becoming like a popular place to make films. One of the reasons was like it had this incredibly state-of-the-art hospital, which was a key location for the film, that was very new, and some of the floors were still empty. They weren't being used yet.
Eat a donut.
I don't want it, Dad.
You do. But you're afraid your mother and I will tell you off for eating donuts.
I just had this idea that, you know, the camera was a presence that was observing the characters and would, you know, normally be somewhere high up looking at them, or somewhere really low hiding, you know, watching these people. So that was like the first inclination in order to come up with a set of rules of how are we, you know, filming this. I used zooms, you know, quite a bit. So there was that kind of style, reminiscent maybe of like 70s films or horror films, which I guess the film flirts with. like flirts with the genre.
Stop talking.
Don't you understand that you're wasting time? And you don't have much time left.
I said stop talking.
Steven, it's gonna be better once it's done. Start over. Clean slate. Don't you get it? Sometimes I think you're naive, but you can't be naive. You're a man of science.
The Killing of a Sacred Deer for me was my version of a horror mystic kind of film. But also what happened in the process of writing the screenplay was that I realized there were quite a few parallels with, an ancient Greek tragedy, Iphigenia, and we threw in a couple of things from that as well. Although we didn't start thinking, let's, adapt that. As we were writing the screenplay, we went like, oh, that kind of is reminiscent of some aspects of, that. So, I mean, the title itself is, The Killing of a Sacred Deer is like how the story of the tragedy starts. Is like this sacred deer is killed and it ignites, a whole war and drama and blood shed. The Favorite. The Favorite was actually a project that we were developing for a long time. Well, even before I was involved, there were many years of that story being developed with different writers. And then I started searching for the appropriate writer to work with on it. And we discovered Tony McNamara, who's an Australian writer. And it clicked again kind of in a similar way that I clicked with Efthymis. I found someone that I felt had a strong voice. My vision of The Favorite really, matched his voice.
Seems you have allocated even more money into the abyss that is this fool's errand.
Oh, yes, we will win. Sarah is sure we will win.
This is the landholders' tax. You have no idea the firestorm of rage you have set loose in the countryside.
Really? Are they angry?
Dearest Queen, how do you like my stockings?
Festive.
Very. I was just explaining to the Queen the mistake this tax is. The war as well. We should sue for peace.
Oh, Holly, you are such a bore.
I really wanted Olivia Colman to play the part of the Queen. And when we scheduled it for production, she wasn't available. And I just went, I don't want to make this film without Olivia. Why don't we just, wait for her and make The Killing of a Sacred Deer, which is, a screenplay that we have ready. And, people involved in The Favorite kind of freaked out that it was like being postponed once again, because it was a project that was around for many years. But I just, I really couldn't think of anyone else playing that part except Olivia.
Mr. Freeman. Mr. Morley.
I guess it's my tendency to try and break again rules and what's been done with the genre before. And I did look at films that did that. Like there's also, apart from Amadeus, that I think it's, incredible. There's The Madness of King George, which was a great period film made. Peter Greenaway's The Draftsman's Contract we looked at. I mean, I think some of the actual wigs we might have found that were used there, and we made them even, bigger and weirder. And
What an outfit.
Thank you.
But that kind of minimalism visually of that film. But then, weirdly enough, I remember showing Robbie, which was the first time actually working with Robbie Ryan, the cinematographer, stuff like Possession, Zulawski's Possession, in terms of like how the camera moves and interacts. And I started having an interest in, wider lenses. It started on The Killing of a Sacred Deer, having that kind of approach. And then it went further with The Favorite.
The Queen has decided, Harley.
I disagree. A lot. I would like an audience with the Queen where I may state my case.
Stage it to me. I love a comedy. Is there cake?
During that time, mind you, there was a rule of using no artificial lighting. All the way over to The Favorite, I wanted to maintain that kind of freedom on set. So the first time I met Robbie Ryan, I went like, I want to make this film, but, have in mind, I don't use lights. We just use natural light or candles or, practical lights. But I don't want any lights on set. I don't want to be waiting around when we're, changing setups to light people's faces and all that. And, Robbie was, game. Like he actually took it very seriously to the point of a few days before shooting a night scene outside the castle, he went to me and went like, so, like you said, we're not using any lights. How are we going to shoot outside at night with no lights? And I go like, Robbie, we're going to get lights for the night scene. I meant it as the general rule. There is no way of shooting without lights. To me, it was like so like telling of how, devoted he was in like maintaining the rules of the game, that he was like trying to figure out how we're going to shoot at night, pitch black, with no lights.
Do it again!
The favorite was, Emma Stone enters, and I find, a kindred spirit, like someone that I communicate without having to say anything. We have a similar sense of humor, and it's easy and funny, and obviously a great actress and gets it, and, it just feels right. So by the end of it, we just, told each other, I really want to do this again, and we meant it, as history has showed. Poor Things. So Poor Things, I thought it was perfect for Emma. She fell in love with it as well. She fell in love with the character immediately. That film was, I guess, different in every aspect. From telling Robbie we're using no lights and him going like, we're going to do a night, to saying this is all going to be in a studio. Everything is going to be a set, even exteriors, the cities, everything will be built.
Taxi, madam.
We're shooting a lot of different stocks. We're shooting black and white. We're shooting color negative, and we're shooting Ektachrome as well. When we watched the first images, we were like blown away. We also tested VistaVision for the first time, and we shot one scene of Poor Things on VistaVision, the reanimation scene that had no dialogue, because all of the VistaVision cameras that we knew that were working, are extremely loud. But we also pushed, I think, the use of, wide angle lenses as much as we could. And again, being driven by this story, which felt so otherworldly, and using 4mm, 16mm lenses on a 35mm camera, producing those, porthole views of the world and miniatures and LED walls, and just trying to create this world, mostly being inspired by old school analog filmmaking, like as it would be, back projections. Some of the sets were actually, painted backdrops that we later enhanced in post-production. So it was like a way of merging, all this old school type of cinematography, building those sets, painting the backgrounds, and then using either stuff that we created, painted, animated, on an LED screen so that, it's more efficient to film it. But everything was created by us.
Do you, Bella Baxter, take this man as your husband?
Did we miss the part about anyone objecting to this?
Or has that been removed in some kind of faux modernization of the catechism? Hello, Victoria. You look well.
Do you refer to me?
I just worked by researching music, listening to a lot of music while I was in the editing room, trying things and managing to find the exact thing that felt right for each scene and for the film as a whole. I listened to Jerskin's first album, which is very complex, but essentially a pop album, but had such versatility in terms of sound and composition. And I just felt that I found someone that creatively is extremely interesting and I feel very close to in a way. The first, demos that he sent to me, I cried basically because it was, again, another moment of going like, this, I found a person, like he gets it. This is what he's created is already as a demo, moving. So he composed the entirety of the score before we even shot a frame of the film. Kinds of Kindness. Kinds of Kindness came out of the need to do something different to what we had done with Efthymis. And I think that at that point we came up with the idea, why don't we just make a film like a triptych and we didn't know if it was going to be like individual short stories as it ended up being, or they would, overlap and show them in parallel. But I think when I also had the idea of using the same actors as we were writing the script, I kept thinking that it would be interesting to use the same actors in the different parts. So that made it clear that we had to make the stories separate so that you wouldn't be confused with the same actors if the stories were told in parallel and not one after another. So that came out of that need of doing something different with Efthymis and also working, again with Emma and having the opportunity to do something different with her, and also working with other people that I wanted to work with, like Margaret Qualley and Jesse Plemons, Willem, that we worked together on Poor Things, and he's another, part of the troupe.
Raymond, I've given this a lot of thought, and I can't do what you are asking me.
Again, come in and sit down there before you speak.
Raymond.
I want you to come in and sit down there before you speak. Vivian?
I'll leave you two alone now.
I always try to have some time of rehearsal with the actors. Sometimes, the period is really short because we don't have them for a long time. And sometimes we do get more. On The Favorite, actually, we had plenty of time to rehearse. And also, that's when Emma became acquainted with the way I like to rehearse with the actors, which is basically not rehearsing the scenes and the dialogue as they're supposed to be in the film, but doing the exact opposite, kind of deconstructing them, not think about the character and how they're going to do it and how they're going to perform, but going through the lines while playing games, while doing silly things and getting comfortable with each other, getting comfortable with making a fool of themselves in front of everyone and not care about, how they're perceived or anything like that. And at the same time, like ingesting the text, but unconsciously, without thinking about it intellectually. I think, I just keep saying it's a process of like just creating this family or group or troupe that just gets bigger and bigger, and someone is added every step of the way.
Should we all go upstairs to the bedroom?
I think it's best we don't go up to the bedroom tonight.
So what, we're gonna fuck on the table? Come on, Daniel. That would be weird.
We'd better be getting home soon. Liz, look, you must be tired, and I have to be up early. But everything was wonderful tonight, though.
I think you're right. I think we should leave it for some other time. Maybe next time.
I'll clean up the plates. I just can't stand having food in front of me when I finished eating.
I will help.
No, Martha, you sit. I'll be right back.
No, I want to, please.
Thank you.
Just, maintain that kind of enthusiasm and intimacy with, the actors and, keeping it as simple as possible and focusing on the essence of things. Bugonia. Bugonia was the first time that I received a screenplay and I felt that I wanted to make it, almost as it was. I had never had that experience before. And I read the script, I got really excited, and I sent it immediately the same night to Emma, and she had the same reaction, and we very quickly, decided to get involved. So Will Tracy had written this great script. It was initiated by Ari Aster and Lars Knudsen that, knew of the original film, which I didn't know and I hadn't seen, and neither had Will. The great thing was that Will watched the film once and then he wrote the script just, by using the premise and not going back and trying to make a faithful remake of that film. I think he saw the possibilities and the interest of making something very contemporary that belonged in America.
Thanks, Tony. Feel free to leave early. Unless you're busy. Or you have things to do, but feel free if you can. Up to you.
From its genesis, it was like a contemporary film. Choosing to build this house that it takes place was an important decision. Instead of trying to combine different locations that would be appropriate for the house and then another for the basement. And building that house in a realistic manner was that kind of blending of the worlds. So we built an actual house with the basement there, but it was built. So it wasn't real, but it was at the same time. And there was so much detail that went into it, and especially James Price and his team included so many details in the house, in the backgrounds, things that you never see in the film. You would walk into the house, open every drawer, every pot or whatever, and there was something in there that made sense with the world of the film. And that was so helpful for the actors, to just go there and feel like it's real.
Incredible.
What is?
Just the detail. The best I've seen.
How can you tell she's an alien?
Well, the signs are obvious. They did a hell of a job on it, but the tells are there. Narrow feet, then cuticles, slight overbite.
It was quite important that we decided to shoot it on VistaVision when we finally found a camera that was slightly quieter than the one we had used before. Using a larger format while filming these, 3 people in a very tight environment, created this conflict between something iconic and larger than life, which is a human face, but within, a fucked up basement. So I think that, again, created this sense of avoiding making the film too literal, because it requires of you a lot of faith in it while watching it. And it requires of you to make judgments and decisions about what you believe, what you don't. So creating it visually, a realistic contemporary film, but with all these heightened details, I think allows for the viewer to believe in those things.
You're going to say that I'm in some kind of internet-induced, auto-hypnotic feedback loop and gatekeepers and norms and all that weak hegemonic horse. But that is precisely the limp rhetoric that you've been instructed to counter the human insurgency with. That's the hyper-normalized dialectic by which you've convinced 7.5 billion people that they're not your captives, to keep us believing in these false institutional shibboleths.
You mean shibboleths?
That's what I said.
The fact that people are willing to question, which brings us, to the beginning, question what the truth is and what reality is, find proof, question the facts that they're being given, and, try and find their own truth. And I find fascinating that now that I'm kind of in it as well, that the more technology advances in science, the more blurred it becomes. Because science has reached a point, like physics and neuroscience, they have reached a point that they understand more, but the more they understand, the more complicated it becomes, and the more you need to believe in something that's not proven, if it makes sense. So there's all these theories, for example, that, we live in a simulation, for example, which again fascinates me. And I'm like, why not? It makes sense what they're saying, and it's scientists that say that. So it's fascinating that, it's a scientist is asking you to believe almost the way that you believe in God or whatever God anyone believes. And it becomes like a similar thing. Like we used to kind of try and disprove the belief in God with science. And now science is kind of asking of people the same thing, to make that leap and believing that there's something that we can't prove and we can't understand, but we have a hunch that that's what's going on, and it kind of feels the same. And I find that fascinating. Talking about all these films, it feels like a more cohesive journey instead of like the way you experience it in life, which is like I'm going from this to this and this overlapped and, complaining about it and not being happy with it all. And trying to, go through everything, I guess I realized that there is some kind of consistency in a journey, and, and I'm not alone in this journey, and there's like all these people that are jumping on the boat and, trying to achieve, similar goals, and I might be willing to make another film, which I was doubting for a little bit.
When we got into that water, I nailed Scott so hard in his testicles that I felt his body just crumble. It was like one of those moments where I was like, oh my God, I just ruined his life. Hi, I'm Kate Hudson, and today we're gonna be watching scenes from projects throughout my career. So, let's go.
You walked into the party like you were walking onto a yacht. You had your hat pulled down real strategically over one eye. You had a scarf, I think it was apricot.
Strategically tipped below one
You had one eye in the mirror.
Just the fact that Carly Simon allowed us to just butcher her song on a stage. The fact that Carly is so cool that she's like, sure, you know what? Go for it.
Bury yourself in. Probably think this song is about you, don't you?
Tone deaf and drunk is not a good combination.
It was truly an amazing experience, and Matthew just brought it, and he always does. And I think without ego and without any of it, he just brings so much amazing energy to everything he does. With Matthew and I is just a very similar type of joie de vivre. We love life. We lead with energy, very competitive by nature. We're competitive with each other, very flirtatious, not afraid to be flirtatious. I think there's just a similar energy that somehow was allowed us to be able to really connect on screen and fall in love. It's like you have great loves of your life. And then like as actresses, I think you have great loves in your work. And he's my one of my great loves, you know? And I think that just is something that happens when you meet and you feel that chemistry is just sort of an energetic thing. And great producers can see that right away. I feel really lucky that I got to experience that with someone as talented and as fun as Matthew.
You arrogant, backstabbing jerk.
There's that dress. I mean, I think of Karen Patch, our costume designer.
Talk about
Time
integrity.
out!
What?
Look, please, just give me the necklace, then you guys can go on and kill each other.
And then look at that diamond. That's real. That was a real diamond. We had bodyguards and everything. And I was like, when that would go on, oh my gosh, so excited.
Who are you with?
Me? I'm with myself.
No, who are you with? What band?
Oh, I'm here to interview Black Sabbath. I'm a journalist. I'm not a, you know.
You're not a what?
Oh my God, I'm such a baby. I haven't
Not a
seen
what?
this in a while.
Not a groupie.
Groupies sleep with rock stars because they want to be near someone famous. We're here because of the music. We are band-aids.
So this whole section, one day, we were there for like 2 weeks on this ramp. And I remember John Toll, the DP, at one point, we were so tired. We've been working and it was nights. And he just goes, the ramp, the miniseries. We had so much on that ramp. I also really sprained my ankle on that because I was wearing these really high platforms. And I remember thinking like, I was so young and I was like, I am not going to show anyone how much pain I'm in. I was in so much pain. They're like, you need to take a break. It's okay. I'm like, nope. And my ankle was like out to here. I was like, no, I'm good. There's a great moment at the end of this. I say, hey, you want to come to Morocco with me? And he says,
Yes. Yeah.
You sure?
Ask me again.
Do you want to come?
that ask me again was actually him asking me to ask him again the line because he felt like he didn't get the line right. And it was just such an amazing moment. And the fact that Cameron used that, well, I'll always remember that because it just showed like Patrick's, the purity of this. It was his first film. And yeah, I mean, this was the best. I was such a huge Cameron Crowe fan. I mean, Singles, Say Anything, Jerry Maguire, like my favorite kinds of film. And when I knew he was doing this movie, I was like, I'll do anything. And he was looking for all girls around that were, 19, 20. And I was cast as his Williams' sister. I was so excited. But then when the cast fell out, it was Brad Pitt at the time and Sarah Polley. And then it just sort of fell apart. I was like the only one cast. And Cameron's like, don't leave me. I was like, oh my God, are you kidding? I'll never. But can I audition for Penny Lane? And he really didn't want me to at the time because he was so hell-bent on me as, he just saw me as the sister, Anita. But then I just kept begging and he brought me back like 1,000 times. Finally, it was really Gail, the casting director. If I'm saying this correctly, and my friend was like, Cameron, it's Kate. To get a part like that was like, what? And yeah, I think I cried. I'm pretty sure I cried. I do cry a lot, but I think I pretty much lost it.
Hold me closer, tiny dancer.
I have to go home.
Count the headlights on the highway.
You are home. I was thinking about this the other day that there's just certain songs that sort of break out of some of the movies that I've been in, like Tiny Dancer and You're So Vain. And I feel really lucky to have these amazing musicians and writers sort of lend us these songs, and then just being a part of them in film history is like really cool. When you step outside and look in, it's like, oh, cool is that? I remember a therapist said to me once, I was like, I couldn't figure out what I was feeling. And I was like, not that long ago. And I was like, God, I don't know. I just feel like, oh God, I'm like, I can't, how do I put this into words? And he looked at me, he goes, you just want to get back on the bus. And I was like, yes, I just want to get back on the bus. So I do have that nomadic, music-loving, kind of traveling spirit that loves to disappear in that world. So yeah, she always lives in me a little bit, for sure. I had to do this scene which was really hard because I had a bikini scene where I have to like strut out in this outfit, and it's written like a strut. I was like, oh God, I'm gonna be in Greece, and I like, when you have to do that, like you can't drink for like a good 2 to 3 weeks. So I was like, how am I gonna be in Greece and I have like rosé at least like once? It's gonna be hard. It's gonna test my discipline. But I did it. I was like, I'm gonna get there, and then it's all gonna go out the window. And that's what I did. I look, to be honest, I love to work out. I love it. It's one of my favorite things to do. I love strength training. That's where it really started, was for that movie, is the first time I really did strength training, and it like changed my life. So there's that. And you know what? I really enjoyed strutting in that bathing suit. That's an awesome bathing suit.
Bertie, you have to tell him. You gotta tell him. Listen to me. I'm serious. You gotta,
I will.
You just gotta go beg, okay?
Oh God.
When he goes to his room, just follow him and then just do it.
I will take care of him. Don't worry. Jess. Oh my God, Maddie. Oh, I love everybody so much. It's always nerve-wracking to play someone that is just has no filter and is just totally tone deaf, and ground them in some way so that you kind of love them, even though they're just like not very good people. Andy, hi. Wow. How long has it been?
Since the trial, so a few months.
The trial. Ugh, that was not fun. I mean, for all of us, for anybody, right, Peg? Right? I'm uncomfortable. I'm gonna go for a swim.
In comedy, you really need to know who that person is, like the depths of them, for it to be funny. For me, Birdie was really sad. I feel like she only knew how to listen to every third word. So like she never really listened to anybody. And honestly, I mean, with Jenny, our costume designer, working with costume and Birdie really brought it to another level. She's just extra. She just needs to be validated. She just wants to be loved. And she'll go so far that she just can become completely tone deaf. It's like she doesn't exist in the world that's happening right now. And working with a writer like Ryan, it's like, it makes it so seamless. You're like, oh, he just wrote. Birdie was just so on the page. Truly, Birdie was one of my favorite characters I've ever played. I wish we could do an offshoot of Birdie. It's like, I never wanted Birdie to end. We have this chat group called The Green Room, which is where we get to connect with each other, and it's the best. I mean, we still talk on it. We were all very jealous. As the first Knives Out was jealous of the second Knives Out, when I saw like the little tease, I was like, I feel really left out. And then that's when, The Green Room starts kind of going like, oh, really? Oh, here we go. Like, it wasn't nearly as fun as Grease. Daniel Craig every day, not too bad. Catherine Hahn, I got to have a reunion with Catherine Edward, who was so great. I just have this dream that maybe we'll all get to be in one together one day. Maybe all of the characters will get to come back. That's my manifestation.
Oh, I'm surprised I haven't been, sent into my therapist's office.
That's what I've heard. TUFF.
You all heard me on the phone the other day talking to the guy who's messed up my centerpieces.
Oh, gosh.
It was unbelievable. It's like one thing after another every single time.
Snowballs.
Listen, can I get a little bit more low light?
I'm surprised. You know, it's like, I love improv. It was always my favorite thing growing up. And when you know your character so well, you can just I just keep talking. Anyway, when I'm watching this, I'm like, oh, none of this was written. Like, I forgot all about this. And then I loved producing this movie. This was actually one of the more challenging experiences I've had because I set out to make a very rated R, irreverent comedy. Like Bridesmaids, a little more raunchy. And the script we had, written by Casey and June, was rated R. It went through a series of things, and as it does, and as you do, 5 years down the road, someone else picked up the script, and they just wanted it to be a little bit more PG. And we kind of felt like the little engine that could. And I knew, I was like, you got to build a multi-billion-dollar industry, and women can laugh at themselves. I don't think we should ever forget that women, you know, we know how to laugh at ourselves, and we can be raunchy too. And sometimes we need to go there.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Is it good? Great. My hair is blue. I mean, this is something I hear all the time. People yell this out at me on the street. This was such a wonderful experience, and I loved every second of it.
My hair's blue! It's blue!
In the process of having to take out some of the really hilarious scenes that were a little too naughty, my producing partner and I, Julie Orn, I feel like we really kind of made this great buddy love story, like comedy, dramedy, where we got to make fun of the intensity that we have when we're going to get married and the bigness of that day, and sometimes forget that it's really about the people that we love. You know, I always say, like, what would be the sequel to Bride Wars? Annie and I had just so much fun, and we're able to get cozy and laugh with each other, and it was a really wonderful experience.
No, hold on, babe, I got this. Do me a favor, fuck you, okay?
Stop it right now, stop! Stop it! Stop! No! Don't! Hey, stop!
Love these guys. I love them.
Ow! Ow! I'm cramping! I'm cramping! Quiet! Get you idiots!
It was really late at night. It was cold. The pool was, thank God they made it like a jacuzzi because it was really cold outside. But when we got into that water, I nailed Scott so hard in his testicles that I felt his body just crumble. It was like one of those moments where I was like, oh my God, I just ruined his life. It was so bad that I knew it. And I heard him. I audibly heard it under the water. And it's never happened to me in my career where I really hurt somebody. But for some reason, because it was Scott, I felt okay about it.
Call 911, call 911.
Oh, for God's sake, she's gonna kill him.
Get her away.
I wish we had another shot on it. It was one of the things in the edit. I was like, do we have a close-up of him in a different direction? Because he did something that was so funny. Drew, I hope we get to do a season 2 because his physicality, he's one of the great comedians. He's got incredible physicality. We only really touched on it in this, and he does amazing work in this show, Running Point. You've got some of the great, great comedic minds just throwing line after line at you. It was so much fun. Mindy Kaling wrote an absolute just great show, loosely based on Jeannie Buss's, who is the president and owner of the Lakers, her life story. But it's really about this family dynamic and how messed up we are. And none of us are really capable of really emotionally figuring out our lives. And yet we have to run this big franchise. And it just was such a blast. Laughter is healing. So I hope this is that for some people.
Hey, what's going on? I'm Ryan Coogler, co-writer and director of Marvel Studios' Black Panther, and this is Notes on the Scene. So this scene takes place in the second act of the film. T'Challa, played by Chadwick Boseman, Nakia, played by Lupita Nyong'o, and Okoye, played by Denai Guerrera, are on a covert mission to extract Wakanda's #1 enemy, Ulysses Claw.
It's now or never. Yes, sir.
Hey.
The mission's kind of spearheaded by Lupita Nyong'o here in this magnificent green dress that our costume designer 3D printed, actually. A lot of African symbolism here, like Wakandan text is drawn in lines and boxes as opposed to round shapes. At the same time, Lupita looks fierce and like a warrior. Different hairstyle than you see her in too. We had a big emphasis on Wakandans having natural hair. And there's a lot of motifs about femininity, especially Black femininity here in this scene.
It's now or never. Yes, sir.
We cut to Okoye and we see her in this red dress. We accented it with gold to bring out a little bit of the Wakandan. And the gold is kind of a ranking system. But the more important thing here is that she's wearing this wig. For the Dora, a big thing for them is symbolism of their bald head. When they become Dora Milaje, they shave their head. It's something that's present in the comics. It's something we really ran with in this film. So for her, it's a dishonor for her to ever cover her bald head. But because she's on this mission, she's got to kind of look like she's fitting into the Western world. She has to hide in plain sight. With this elaborate, pretty good looking wig here, you'll see, nobody else in this sequence is wearing the color red. Nobody else in the sequence is wearing the color green. Folks who are familiar with the concept of Pan-Africanism, the Pan-African flag is red, black, and green. So when you see T'Challa and Nakia and Okoye in their covert looks, you see the colors of the Pan-African flag.
It's now or never. Yes, sir.
Nakia's trying to go to interfere with the transaction that's happening. And she's yelling at her to stand down, but she makes the mistake of yelling at her in Xhosa. This represents the clique right there. Xhosa. She yells "Yela," which is Wakandan or Xhosa for stand down. These South African goons that came with Claw, they actually hear that. Right. So when she gets discovered, she's happy to just let the Wakandan out. Somebody touches Okoye. That's the first thing that somebody does. And an idea of how Wakandans react to being touched unwarranted. This idea of not being in control of your own body and having to be touched by people who you don't feel like being touched by. And it also comes with being a woman as well. Down here, T'Challa is somewhere about right there, and Nakia is somewhere down here on this first floor. In many ways, Denai is kind of isolated. Okoye is isolated up here on the second floor. We want to turn that on his head because she's a really powerful warrior, and this is when you kind of get to see her shine. Big theme in this is tradition versus innovation. So we broke the characters down. Okoye is a traditionalist, so she fights with a traditional weapon, the African spear, always made out of vibranium, and she fights in a very traditional style. It almost looks like dancing when she fights. This is a moment that's been in the script since the first draft. This idea of Okoye, the traditionalist Wakandan, just being tired of this wig. She makes comments to Nakia that she doesn't want to have it on in the first place. So as soon as the fight jumps off, she finds a way to take it off. So she ends up throwing it on this guy's face, and we see how he reacts to that. For impact, we wanted to cut to another shot of T'Challa showing that he still wasn't aware that the fight had gotten that bad upstairs. It wasn't a real person that was coming down in this. This was actually a digi-double. And we put a few CG chips in there too to make the fall feel a little more violent. Again, you'll see the color story here with Chad and Black, the Black Panther. Another bit of color story in the film. This is one of our villains here, and this is Ulysses Claw, the color blue. The color blue representing colonization. So now the fight's on, and Claw's shooting at Ross. T'Challa kicks over this thing here to protect him. This shot is all about setting up the different ways that everybody's gonna be fighting here. And we have to set up that Chadwick, playing T'Challa is a super soldier, So this dude that he kicks is rigged up to a wire, snatching him back just to accentuate the fact that Chad here is not your average bear, he's a super soldier. Now, Ross is shooting with a gun, and T'Challa is engaged with several different people. And now here we get into the fun part, right? Now Nakia has joined the fray. We got Claw still here, talking to his goons. He's trying to get to that case of diamonds. You know, Ross is somewhere over here shooting, you know, and now Nakia is in the mix. And Nakia fights completely different from how Okoye fights. We really wanted to differentiate that. So we talked about, again, tradition versus innovation. Lupita's character, Nakia, is an innovator. What we wanted to do is give her a very innovative fighting style. You know, she'll use any weapon, anything that she can get her hands on. She fights dirty. She fights aggressive. She's a spy who had to learn how to make do with what she has. In this film, you'll never see Okoye pick a gun up. She slams this guy's head into this craps table, which is real fun for us to do. Did a few takes of that. So we're just gonna pause on her heel right here. Once again, femininity used, I'm just writing now, and it's not even legible, as a weapon, right? So just really turn the idea of femininity on his head. You know, a lot of times you see Wakanda's walking around barefoot. It's a barefoot culture. Sometimes it's barefoot, sometimes it's sandals. First thing she does after she slams this goon's head into this here table is she's gonna use another weapon that she has. She's gonna use that high heel. She's gonna take that off, and she's gonna drag that right across another bad guy's face. Boom! And now this guy right here, this is another part of the choreography that we wanted everything to feel continuous. We wanted every character to have their own time. That's when we start getting to our long takes. So this is kind of Lupita's take it'll get broken up by some punctuating cuts here. Everything is fluid, but it's fluid in our own way. It's aggressive. Like, look at this right here. You got the contrast of beauty and aggression. You know what I'm saying? And the film's all about contrast here. You got one of the most beautiful people in the world making a face like, man, she's about to get it going. You know what I mean? She's ready. Can't teach that. So now, she's gonna break this dude's shoulder here. She's gonna take his weapon from him. Now this is right here is a very, very difficult shot to achieve technically. It took us a lot of takes. So if you start here, the first frame, it's gonna go from over the shoulder on Lupita. And what we had to do here is we had to float a movie up on a cable rig. Imagine the camera here and a big cable rig, okay, that we're sending it up. There's no green screen here, no, you know, this is all happening live and direct. You know, we're down here on the first floor. This is really Lupita right here taking aim with a blank. This is a CG explosion here on this light to get the glass kind of flying. She shoots these guys who are trying to shoot her. And as you can see, this little bit of red right here, that's Denai Guerrero doing her choreography. Also, another thing is music here. You know, our composer Ludwig Göransson did some beautiful music. And this is where you hear the Dora Q. It's a group of women in Senegal doing a yip, like a choo, 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 choo. And that kind of comes into play whenever you hear the Dora, you know, really get in there fighting. It's a big shift musically here as we get ready to send this camera up on this cable rig. Once it arrives up here, you know, we got a guy standing by who actually picks it up and takes it. So Denai is engaging these guys here. And this is really what we see in her shine. And that music is going. She takes this dude out here, catches him there. See a little bit of CG accentuation for that shocking mechanism there on the blade. There's no doubles here in this footage that we just showed. It's all Chad, all Lupita, you know, all Andy Serkis, all Martin, and all Miss Denai here. Wish I could tell you the spear is real. It wasn't, you know, it was a rubber spear. But this fall that this dude is gonna take off of this balcony here after he gets shocked by this spear, you know, that was a real fall. You know, that's really going from the second story down onto a pad here. Took a lot of bravery there. This scene we shot very early in our shooting schedule. You know, it was something that we kind of bookmarked and said, look, if we can get this right, you know, it'll set the tone for the rest of the film. And I had a to scale model, 3D printed, you know, of this whole set that sat on my desk the whole time I was in prep, and I had little small scale, almost like action figures that I was able to plan everybody out, you know, rework the script to really make sure that we were being descriptive on what levels all of our Wakandans were at, what levels the South African adversaries were at, you know, where Ross was. It was very, you know, really fun to work out. You know, a lot, you know, pretty stressful, you know, big, expensive set. But at the same time, when I'll be in my office, you know, it kind of took me back to being a kid, you know, playing with toys again, you know, so it was really fun.
Donald's, the idea of just like aggressively disco dancing at someone is probably like top 5 favorite things I've had to do in my life. Hi, I'm Oscar Isaac, and I'm going to painfully rewatch some scenes from my illustrious career on VHS.
As a stone lay
cold as a stone. Right, so this is from Inside Llewyn Davis when I'm singing this song Queen Jane. I've traveled all the way to Chicago to kind of have this one shot at, getting the career going. I mean, F. Murray Abraham, like, imagine opening up your heart to this face and waiting for the judgment to come down. And the fact that he's also Salieri, in this musical moment, it was just incredible. Llewyn Davis was my first leading role. I knew about it. I was playing a lot of music at the time. And I learned as much of Dave Van Ronk's catalog as I could once I knew that that's who was kind of loosely based on. It was one video I sent in playing a song and then one audition for the Coens. And really, I'd say less fighting, more just pleading with the universe for this to happen, that I wanted it so badly and I needed it. And, the fact that things lined up where I was granted the opportunity to do it is still kind of hard to believe. I mean, for me, there's life before Llewyn Davis and life after Llewyn Davis. It was a welcome home in a way, to be able to have Joel and Ethan be those figures in my life that kind of welcomed me into what it felt like to have that responsibility to lead this film, to get immersed in folk music of the time, to become really close to T-Bone Burnett, who did the music. And the fact that it was something that was so intimate and personal to them and prickly. It's a very provocative movie. And it's not easily liked, just like the main character. It tells a very specific story in a very specific way. But to align with something like that, it's not asking to be loved. It just is the thing that it is. Really honored that I could contribute to that.
I don't see a lot of money here.
It's interesting because, when we were preparing for this is kind of loosely based on Dave Van Ronk. And so we used a lot of Dave Van Ronk's music. But this one song, whatever Llewyn plays in this moment, was not chosen by the Coens when we started. And so I remember sending a lot of songs to them and thinking, how about this one? A lot of them were kind of sexy blues songs that Dave would sing, and really intense ones. And they kept going, nah. And I'm like, I don't think it's blues. I think it's kind of a cornier white guy song. I was like, what do you mean? Just something that's a little bit really folky. And they never really explained why that was it. And then they landed on this Queen Jane song, which was about a medieval C-section. And what's amazing about the Coens is that they don't really over-explain anything. It's almost too square to talk too much directly about what it is. And I learned it, and I think it's a beautiful song. And I realize now how much it is connected to all the strands of what's happening in his life. And the whole point of the song is that he plays just a tragically uncommercial song in this moment, but it's one that feels the truest to him. And that's kind of his cross to bear, is that he can't move outside of his small bandwidth of what authenticity means, even if it means kind of tanking his career.
So that's it.
You're okay. You're not green.
But I don't have what, say, Troy Nelson has.
You know Troy? A good kid. He's a good kid. Yeah. He connects with people.
They're just so mischievous, the Coens. I remember whenever, you can see it right there on the face, whenever I would think of something as funny in the movie, like a scene, it just really wouldn't work. And when I was at my most heartbroken and just weighed down by tragedy, they would find it the funniest. They would just start laughing. And so I think, it's not that they're sadists, although maybe a little bit. I call this, what is it, a screwball tragedy. That they find the sad, beautiful absurdity in our existence and find a way to portray it with a lot of humor and compassion and edge.
Look, I'm putting together a trio, 2 guys and a girl singer. You're no front guy, but if you can cut that down to a goatee, stay out of the sun, we might see how your voice works with the other 2. You comfortable with harmonies?
No.
The whole thing started with a week of all of us at this place, Avatar Studios in New York, and recording all of the music with Marcus Mumford and Justin Timberlake and Adam Driver was in there, and the Punch Brothers, and just an incredible litany of amazing musicians, that was our foundation. And Joel and Ethan would just be lying around on the couches listening. T-Bone Burnett would be going around, burning Palo Santo. And that was our immersive introduction into this thing. So you could just trust the authenticity of what we were doing. And it wasn't even a question of likable or not likable. It's just, this is this person's journey. And, whether you decide to go with them or not, that's on you.
Up ahead, you see it? I got us dead center, it's a clean shot. Okay, got it. Did you see that?
It was this beautiful red herring. I think he did something similar in Star Trek 2, where you feel like this heroic character, classic kind of heroic character is going to be your lead character, and then he's gone, and it's the one that you didn't expect, which is Finn, which is the stormtrooper, the least likely that you start to follow. So yeah, that's what it was, and it's fun. I mean, the energy. Once Poe was going to survive much longer, they did want me to read with Finn and with Daisy because they didn't know where it was going to go, so they wanted to see what that was like. Immediately with John Boyega, we just had a chemistry together, and we were already having a lot of fun. We did this scene, I believe, in the audition, and then we did the scene when we're in the actual TIE fighter, and the two ethnics in the film, at least like the two lead ethnics, we just kind of clung to each other, and we're excited for each other, and I think you feel that kind of love between these two characters.
Hey, what's your name? FN2187. F what? That's the only name they ever gave me. Well, I ain't using it. FN, huh? Finn, I'm gonna call you Finn, is that all right? Finn, yeah, Finn, I like that. I'm Poe Dameron. Good to meet you, Poe. Good to meet you too, Finn.
The TIE fighter is much more comfortable to fly than the X-Wing. Just a little tidbit. There's a little more space. The X-Wing is a little bit more, you're a little tighter. Oftentimes you got the helmet on. It's, you got a little joystick. This one's got, these kind of things that you're moving around on the side. And I think the way that they're shot generally is just, they're just a little more open. The X-Wing was hard on the first one in particular because we shot it outside and it would just get ridiculously hot.
No droid can be that important. This one is. We gotta get as far away from the First Order as we can. Go back to Jakku, we die. That droid has a map that leads straight to Luke Skywalker. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
There was a lot of pride in being, in those early days, like one of the few Latinos in space. I loved getting to know JJ as well. And, especially in this one, there was just the air of possibility and not knowing what this thing was, and feeling like this was the first one in so many years to come back to. Getting to meet the original cast, it was incredibly, incredibly exciting to be asked to come on board of this thing.
To the office. I called a car.
The office is still closed.
Well, I got a key.
Will you please just listen for a second?
What?
This is it's just surreal. It's delusional.
Yeah, I know.
Then I don't accept it. We're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk as long as it takes, okay?
We talked last night.
No, we yelled at each other for an hour. That's not the same thing.
We were shooting during COVID as well, so it was also that made it even more alien, and it was a really pressurized situation. Guy Levy and Amy Herzog with him wrote this really surgical precision of pain in a marriage and in a dissolution of a marriage. And Jessica and I, knowing each other for so long and, trusting each other to go down this dark rabbit hole of pain, it was a real excavation that was painful. And I think it produced some really compelling work.
It's not going to do any good. I mean,
it's not going to do any. What is this? What is this thing where we can't talk to each other, Mira? I want to talk to you, and you don't want to talk to me. What kind of cruelty is that? I want to talk to you. I want to sit here till there's smoke coming out of our ears, and we've gone through all of the angles and figured out where we went wrong and how we can fix it.
Yeah, it is important to find healthy ways of kind of letting that be its thing and move on. I know I was watching a lot of Succession at the time. I hadn't seen it, so I'd go into the room and watch a lot of that, eat a lot of potato chips. Those were kind of the two things I would do to try to relax.
I'm not attracted to you anymore. How do you fix that?
Pain of being left behind, that kind of confusion. Hagai was really great because this character was quite different from me and had a different upbringing, and the idea that he had been Orthodox and he had a very kind of strict idea of right and wrong, you know, and that he was trying to approach this in not such a, you know, in kind of sublimating himself in this situation. In the hopes that would kind of make her come back or at least just talk to him. I think that the pain of that and the confusion of this. Also, shooting in this house, it was its own character. We built this house and it became a character in itself. You know, sometimes it was this happy place and often it was just this place of trauma. It's very evocative of that time. I haven't seen it since, so it's quite strong.
Jonathan, please let me go, please. Please.
It's effective. It's effective. Yeah, you know, I get, you know, it's the idea that Jonathan's like, maybe if she feels this will convince her to stay, you know, and then that kind of almost childlike, like clinging to mom's leg.
Go ahead, dance with her. Dance with her. No? You don't like dancing? She does. Come on, buddy. After a long day of Turing tests, you gotta unwind.
What were you doing with Ava?
What?
You tore up her picture.
I'm gonna tear up the fucking dance floor, dude. Check it out.
This is a very good exchange talking about just like Alex's sense of humor, just the tear up the fucking dance floor. I remember before I agreed to do this film, I was looking at it, and I my best friend growing up, he's like a musician as well, and he's a physicist, and I was like, take a look at this, and then it was this scene when he read it, he's like, I can really picture you saying, I'm going to tear up the fucking dance floor. It's like, it sounds like a really dickish thing that you would say. I was like, yeah, you're right. I actually rehearsed a lot to figure out how to do this dance. Both of us did, me and Sonoya, who's just so great in the movie. This was one of those things where it was just such a random spike in the middle of the film. It's hard to understand why it's just so perfect, even because it's just so opposite of how the rest of it goes. But you think, we're talking to Alex Garland, and it's like, this guy's all by himself. He's got no friends. He's got these robots. You know, okay, we have an idea of what he does with these robots, but at a certain point, what else is there? You know, what would he do if he wanted to like have fun? And we thought this idea that he like programmed the robot or this particular robot to be able to do this dance and what that felt like. He's also, I think what was so fun about this character and what Alex and I worked on very hard was looking at this kind of multi-dimensional cube from every angle and understanding at every given moment he is intending something. Nothing is happenstance.
Everybody's busy. Can't wait for the night to begin.
It's all a performance for Donald's character, Caleb, to get a particular result at the end of it. It's his particular type of test that he's doing. And so him performing this horrible creator is very much part of this thing. Him performing someone that's messy and sloppy and drunk is very necessary for Caleb to think that he can create a diversion and an escape. And so that's kind of what the idea of a scene like this is. Loneliness is an interesting thing, you know. And I'm drawn to lonely characters. He's alone and he's by himself, and he kind of sees the end of humanity. And these guys a lot of them have this feeling. I mean, what's amazing about this film is how old it was and how prescient it was, how prophetic it is about so many things. You know, I mean, I've met a lot of these guys since then that are on the forefront of these things, and it is a strange feeling to feel like that you are on the precipice of the singularity, and there's nothing humanity can do about it, and what to do with that, and how one behaves with those things. It's a fascinating character. You know, I looked at geniuses, dark geniuses that inspired me. Bobby Fischer was one, you know, that I read his book, and he really spiraled out. Just kind of seeing some of these things, and also his workout regimen, and that was something that inspired this. Kubrick, I actually listened to a lot of his recordings and modeled my voice a bit after his, and I even got the glasses that looked like his, and a few other people that helped influence it. But the truth is that the script was so tight and the character was so clear in the writing, and it was really funny. You know, in fact, you know, it's something people don't really know is he's an incredibly funny guy. I mean, he's dark, you know, and cerebral, but he's got such a wicked sense of humor. And I think this is one of his, you know, movies, maybe the only one where you really see that expressed in this character, and particularly in this scene.
Come on, Caleb.
That was one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. The idea of just like aggressively disco dancing at someone is probably like top 5 favorite things I've had to do in my life. By the way, the scene was maybe 2 minutes longer. Like the whole dance sequence, it used to end with me like spinning and spinning and spinning around and falling onto this glass table and shattering it. But I think his hard cut to me just smacking myself in the face was like a nice way to end it. Well, this is an interesting tidbit. When he first talked to me, he said, I don't know if I want you to play Leto or if I want you to play Gurney, which Josh Brolin ended up playing Gurney. And I was like, okay. And the same friend, my buddy, Bruce, who said, you know, tear up the fucking dance floor, I can imagine doing that. He's a huge Dune head, and he's read all the books, and you know, was just like well-versed. I asked him, I said, what do you think? He's like, I think you're Leto, man. I mean, Gurney's cool, but he's like, I think it's just, you know, Leto's kind of like your dad, and Gurney's like my dad. I'm like, all right. And so, yeah, I had kind of thought about the two of them, and then like a week later, then he's like, no, you're Leto. I've thought about it, and you're definitely Leto. Gurney's not available anymore. You're Leto. I was like, all right. And we worked a lot. I read the book. I looked at things that I wanted to bring in. We talked with Eric Roth, who did some work on this scene in particular. We did a few passes to this scene to just try to get to something interesting and, you know, archetypal as well, something that was succinct but really gave you a sense, because, you know, there's not a lot of time particularly between Leto and Timothée Chalamet's character, between Paul Atreides. So the scene required it to fulfill a lot of storytelling tasks and character development tasks.
I've studied the Fremen language. I'd be an asset.
Out of the question. They'll travel in a few weeks to Arrakis like the rest of us.
I've been training my whole life. What is the point if I'm not allowed to face some actual risk?
Paul? There's a warmth to him and a love to him, but there's something stately as well, and that there's a bit of a remove. And so, yeah, that balance, the balance between responsibility and expectations, but also being able to see him as an individual and understanding that I do accept you for whatever it is that you are and what you're going to be. You know, it's not just about what I require of you or what's expected of you. These are like the positive qualities of my father who I love very much. But yeah, I just kind of focused on more of that. You know, the idea of somebody who also is aware of the sacrifice that's going to be made and still moving into it out of some sense of hope. You know, I mean, pretty quickly on, I think he can tell shit's gonna go down and it's probably not gonna fall in my favor, but there's nothing to do but move towards it.
Here on Caladan, we've ruled by air power and sea power. On Arrakis, we need to cultivate desert power.
He's one of the few human characters, he's not superhuman, he's not, and there's forces that are way beyond his control that are squeezing him into this particular fate. And so within that fate, to want to at least pass on to his son a sense of humanity and integrity and some form of dignity. And the biggest thing being, yes, we are going in as colonizers, but it's the people that are the key, the people that are there. Nobody's realizing what desert power is, which is the people.
Your grandfather said, a great man doesn't seek to lead. He's called to it. And he answers. And if your answer is no, you'll still be the only thing I ever needed you to be. My son.
We pretty quickly got very close. This is the kind of scene partner is. It's like an old adage that, when someone plays a king, they don't play the king. It's the court that plays the king, right? They're the ones that let you know who the person of status is. And, Timmy as a young, passionate actor has this incredible role to kind of give that authority over. It takes a lot of security in oneself. And it's just really smart as an actor, because it's going to make the scene stronger. So he did that right away. And I think that's why, and at the same time doesn't shy away. He's loose, and we had such a good time doing it. I even remember, one of my favorite memories is when we were in the trailer with Timmy and Josh Brolin and Steve Henderson, who's one of the, was a legend, and Timothy was already preparing for the Dylan movie and just jamming out and playing, and all of us playing guitar and listening to him and already being like, oh wow, this kid's good. Guillermo, and it's a very interesting question because, Denis, in a similar way, kind of infused their being into this material. Guillermo's departs quite a bit from the novel, not in like a DNA kind of way, but just like the story, the tangents that it goes off, the characters, how they shift. There's a more expressive emotional expressive approach that Guillermo takes with this material, whereas in Dune, Denis honors that, like the form of that of the novel in a different way. This is very Mexican, Catholic, Latin American, telenovela point of view of Frankenstein, which, and he said, he's like, at one point, he's like, it's not an accident that my Victor Frankenstein is actually named Oscar Isaac Hernandez, it's because, and we would only speak in Spanish to each other. And it was like a real exercising of our demons, of our pain. And the movie's about pain. That's what it is, about pain and how people deal with pain and the rage that happens, the egos that get constructed out of it, and ultimately the forgiveness of it. So that was an accident. So we had an issue with the steam. The pipes were like not working, and suddenly the steam came out before, and Guillermo was like, let's use it. We're going to use that. And so we made that a feature, that, things should be going wrong. Of course things go wrong. That's the whole point. And so this was like a fun addition that we did. And, I'm particularly proud of making it look like it's really hard to turn those things, because they were so easy to turn. And I was like, yeah, it's one of those silly actor things where I was like, yeah, it looks really difficult to turn. But this whole thing, I remember Guillermo at some point being like, we're making a real gothic superhero with this guy, And those, this was 3 weeks of rain, being dressed in this kind of thing, running up and down. And I couldn't believe how much fun I was having doing this. So this is the other one. I said that about Llewyn Davis, and the other film that it feels like life before and life after was Frankenstein. And it had similarly to Llewyn Davis, it's like being in the arms of family. It felt very much like Guillermo was a family member. And there was just a connection and an intimacy together. And it felt like we were building this thing together. We talked about defiance. We talked about the idea of defying our fathers, defying our fate, defying death. So defiance was a big thing, that he's a vitalist, that he is much more artist than scientist, that there is an expressive quality to him, and that he is being pushed along by forces that he's unaware of. That kind of helped open up just the expressive possibilities of who he is. And there's a lot of rage and a lot of anger and pain in this character. And there's a lot of pleasure, and like the idea of like pain and pleasure being just right on a nice edge with each other. I remember afterwards I went off to do something else and I found it really difficult, and I realized that like I missed the enjoyment, the sensuality of Victor. Victor's constantly trying to impose his will, even from a place of pain, but to run away from the pain. I mean, to the point where the pain of the death of his mother is so strong that he dedicates his life to beating death, not even from a place of generosity for the world, but from just a place of trying to heal this wound somehow, or run away from the wound. The idea that for me, the creature and Victor are exactly the same thing. Maybe there isn't even a creature, that he goes through all this, his entire journey, even running away into the Arctic, that this inner child of his that he recreates with all the scars and all the innocence and all the brutality that was inflicted on him, that he continues to inflict on his creation, that seems to be just an extension of him, either his success or his failure. And that this child has to chase him down to the ends of the earth to ultimately forgive him. I think that for me was so powerful, and it was like the through line for this character.